Hello, people. Everybody doing? Oh God. Oh, oh! I made that one too strong. That's great. One. Freaking fast. God. Oh, see, have myself scheduled starting later. And I start on time. Oh, well then when it's like 11:06, then I start. It's like, wow, you're early. Yep. Good. Good. Um, the week started off horribly, but ended okay. It ended great, but it ended okay. Okay, so we got Johnny Downer, Johnny Downey Jr. That one's way more difficult to say than Robert Depp. Like Robert Depp's, it doesn't flow like too easily. But then you say Johnny Downey Jr. and like that's too much. That's got to be the name, right? Also, who puts money in their chest pocket? That's strange. It is interesting though. That is definitely supposed to be a United States dollar. Like that, very obviously. So that's an interesting choice instead of making it like a little different because it's a different, Yep, that is very, very definitely a USD. Yeah, see, even that JDJ, the abbreviation looks great. It wasn't deliberate, I tell you. Footage is meant to be edited. Well, I mean, yes, but it depends on what you're doing with it. Footage is meant to be edited, I tell you. Scenes are spliced together, and long or boring scenes are cut out. All the stations edit footage this way. It wasn't like it was done maliciously or something. It was just a coincidence. That particular scene was cut. It wasn't intentional. What? You got some proof that I had an ulterior motive for editing that footage? I hate when they do that because, like, I'm gonna have to press that statement. It's a it's a worthless statement. It doesn't mean anything. Or what? You got proof? Yeah, that's what this whole cross examination is about. So how about we focus instead on the statements you made before that are actually relevant to what's going on? I see. So you're saying it was a coincidence that the sword swapping scene was cut. That's right. Glad you got the picture.
Objection!
Coincidence? That's just a little too convenient if you ask me. Oh, an objection! How cool! It sure packs a lot of punch when you hear it live. Do that again. I want to get another shot from a different angle. My objection is not for your entertainment. That's ironic because it very much. And cut there. I got some good stuff there. Mr. Retinz, filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Whoops, my bad, Judge. And if the defense has an issue, it can point it out during its cross-examination. I 100% agree with him here. Apollo, like, doing that there, okay, you have your cross-examination. Relax. Let's get get reacquainted with all of this. Let's just, I'm gonna press this right away to get this shit over with.
Hold it!
What other scenes did you cut from the footage? Oh, others, I guess. You mean you only edited out the sword switching trick scene and nothing else? Don't you think it's too much of a stretch to claim that it was a mere coincidence?
Objection!
No matter how artificial you find the affair, stranger things have happened on their own. That is, unless you have something with which to prove otherwise, defense. Well, you have a valid criticism of Mr. Retinz's testimony. Feel free to counter with evidence. Well, Paulo? Sure make things easier if we had some. I think the defense team needs to be edited out of this trial. That's what they need. I'll have to clean up this footage later. He isn't really gonna put this on TV, is he? Well, if he did, he would be, in big trouble. Trying to prove malicious intent is tough. All he has to do is say it was all a coincidence. We'll need to find some kind of foothold if we want to make any progress. True, but this guy doesn't seem like the type to slip up. So we'll just have to get the information out of him bit by bit. So...
Hold it!
You saying you thought there were boring scenes in Miss Wright's magic show? You gotta ask? That script and presentation deserves a place on the cutting room floor. Broadcasting that mess as is would have been a complete disaster. That's why I had to edit the footage. It's just what a TV man does. I don't remember. Did she say that? I don't remember that at all. Well, I guess that was changed over time, which good. Good. It's not that I don't think there should be courtroom footage, or shouldn't be. I just don't think it should be broadcast on TV. That's that's not cool. Like, it's not a fucking, it's not entertainment. Not a fucking sideshow. His defeated expression would be shown worldwide. Oh, worldwide. Why? Okay, which is really funny, because why the fuck would anybody in, say, Norway give a shit about some random ass murder trial in Japanifornia? Jesus Christ. What didn't you like about the show exactly? The whole thing, it was a major snooze fest. Maybe common folk like you don't get it. But a show's only as good as how loud, flashy, and trashy it is. Like the courtroom. Oh, apparently. It was plenty loud and flashy on its own. All you did was add the trash. I suppose each industry has its own way of doing things. Just as we in the legal profession focus exclusively on evidence and testimony. Exactly. Whether it's showbiz or the legal biz, we do what we gotta do to get the job done. Anyway, editing footage is just a matter of course in the TV industry.
Hold it!
It wasn't done maliciously, huh? But I get the distinct impression. that you bear feelings of ill will toward Troop Grammary. Huh? What makes you think that? Things that you yourself has said outside of court that I will now introduce as evidence. This is always just a really weird situation where you're like, yeah, that thing you told me outside of court, as the attorney. Well, I'll break something down here. The amount of people that would care about a prodigy prosecutor coming in from Germany to prosecute a defense case in the United States, very low percentage. As much as I wish we were more of a big deal, we're not really. That's true, actually. You know what? That is very true. It would generally be a bad idea to televise these events, except for the fact that each one of our trials has definitely been like can't miss TV. People are like, what the fuck is going on here? Yeah, I wouldn't think they'd care either. Like, it's just it's just a thing. Like, oh, there's some prodigy prosecutor. Half the United States would be like, what's a prosecutor? Oh, probably not that high. Probably higher than is comfortable, though. And I also get the impression that you felt this way for a long time.
Objection.
Words such as those can be interpreted in many different ways. He is correct. For example, even though I bear the defense no ill will, I would not hesitate to say that he is a good-for-nothing lout of a lawyer. You bear me no ill will? Could have fooled me. And yet, it is the truth. I am only strict on you as it seems you have strayed from the path. If you have any objections, Mr. Justice, please make your case with evidence in the future. Mr. Retinz, please continue with your testimony. That was actually a good objection. Like, the way he, like... The analogy was, like, weird. Like, you wouldn't do something like that, usually. It's kind of artless, but, the way he objected and said, dude, you can interpret that in many different ways. You're going based off your own interpretation of the conversation you had outside of court. Like, that was a good objection.
Hold it!
All the scenes you could have cut, why the sword switching trick? That seems like too much of a coincidence to me. What I think he should be hitting here is, why would you cut something that's like specifically like a trick from the act? That seems weird. That doesn't seem like something you would cut from a magic show. Especially if it was done correctly. That seems like too much of a coincidence to me. Because, like, that explains why it seems like too much of a coincidence, instead of just saying, it just seems like too much of a coincidence to me. Well, why? Why? Oh, so now you're going to tell me how I'm supposed to edit my programs, big shot? It's hard being the boss, kid. You got to make tough choices, like which content gets cut. Let me ask you this. Why exactly did you make it such a tough choice in this case? You wouldn't understand, champ. It's all about artistic vision. The lighting in this... Like, what my lighting is? I have a ring... shit. I have a ring light here. That's where I get this light. Light's off. And then I have a galaxy lamp projector to get, like, the background light. I actually wish it did a little more, but, I mean, it's fine. It keeps it from being just, like, flat-out dark. I have, like, the strip lights, I've just never bothered setting them up. Because I'm lazy. Also, I'm getting tired of this mic. I want a boom mic. I think I'm gonna splurge for a good one. Cause like the situations where you're not hearing me, it would not happen if I had a boom mic. Or whatever they call it, the directional mic, as opposed to a Yeti. I think that issue would be much less of a problem. This is good for when we were doing our multi-person, like when Tone and I were doing more Last of Us 2, which fuck that game. Last week, it's really good for that for both of us. But just me, I need to get I need to get a directional mic like that. I tell you, people, people tell you how to do your job when they don't know the first thing about it. Honestly, not many, Tom. Well, okay, it happens on social media, obviously, sometimes. I'm just like, it's always super funny to me. Like, I don't even engage with, like, idiots like that, but I'm just like, okay, sure. Because there are some things that are so absurdly wrong that you're like, why would I even bother? I also think I need to replace my webcam because it's doing like this weird flicking thing, or like the color will go off temporarily. I don't know. But I've had the equipment that I'm using for a long time, so it makes sense that it should need to get replaced soon. My audio balancing is only very good because I've been using a Yeti for 10 years. Like, legitimately, like, a long time of experience to know what I'm supposed to do. I don't know, CJ. There was a time earlier, like last week, where it still happened. Because not everybody's, like, available all the time. Oh. I know what Light was doing. Lightgazer, thank you for the raid. For those that don't know, Lightgazer has been narrating Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, or for my international friends, the Philosopher's Stone, over on his YouTube channel. So make sure to go give his channel a shout. The man has a magnificent voice, and I'm glad to see him put it to some excellent use. Tara Light, Megan, Bella, Snugs, and Renee, how you all doing? Oh, you just finished Chamber? Oh, shit. Okay, well, yeah. He's through the second book at this point, so you got 2 whole books that you can go back and listen to. Red Dead Redemption 2, I have not, and I'm not totally interested in it. KY has a playthrough of it on this channel that I've like watched myself while he was streaming it, and that was enough for me. I liked 1 a lot, but after the way 1 ended, I had no desire to play a prequel. I am very much not a prequel guy. You have to be, your story has to be outstanding for me to want to watch a prequel. I am much more of a sequel guy. I feel like there was a prequel I saw recently that actually was really good, but I can't remember what the fuck it was. Got a new laptop? Oh, Genshin gonna be running a lot better on that. I need to get a new laptop. My laptop is from 2010, It's a MacBook from 2010. It still works, but I definitely need something. We do have, yeah, Light does have a. There's. I have not done the most recent stuff yet. Most because I haven't had time to be able to fucking shoot the footage. It's like, that's the one thing. I love making Genshin content. And I mean, I love making just like content about this events, stories and stuff like that. I'm not a theory crafter or anything like that. I just like reacting to the story and posting that shit. But, oh my god, can it get annoying where it's like I really want to play something and I'm like, but do I feel like fucking reacting to it right now? No. So then I'd have to put it off until I feel like doing it. And I'm looking forward to it though. We haven't been to Inazuma, I feel like, in a while. And every time we go to Inazuma, it's Ito something, which, don't get me wrong, I love Ito. It shouldn't always be fucking Ito based. My favorite of the Ace Attorneys? That is actually a very difficult question. People ask me that, and I don't know. Because I think I have to go back. Part of the issue is like the first, through Investigations 2. I didn't hear, or not through Investigations 2. Through, through Investigations 2. I did not hear much of the audio. It wasn't until Great Ace Attorney that I started listening to the audio more, which is why the answer would probably be one of the Great Ace Attorney games. And the reason is because I was worried about it being too. I didn't want to wear headphones because I had the the certain presentation. Duke Coat looks bad when you got fat ass headphones on. The only time fat ass headphones don't look cool. But I'd hear it from the speakers, coming back, and I'd worry about that, so I'd have the game volume really low. So it's my answer would not be fair to the first 5 games that I played. Oh, and Apollo Justice too. So 6 games. 6 games. And I probably will, CJ. That's likely what I'm gonna do, is like a soundtrack review streams. Yeah, a lot of the Great Ace Attorney ones are more memorable for me, but I can't say it's because they could have all been good, right? If I had actually heard everything from the first games that I did not really hear much from. But yeah, I would like to go back and review them. Okay, so we are getting absolutely fucking nowhere with this cross-examination. So, like, the thing is that we know he has a grudge, but we don't have anything that really says that. The only thing that kind of implies it is the, like, this is a ridiculous contract. For many, many reasons. But... and, like, the clipboard, but... Aren't we speculating if we present this? Like, hardcore speculating? I mean, I guess the prank, he was the one that staged it? So, like, if we want to say he has a grudge? But is there a good statement to even do that on? We brought it up on one of the, like, while we were talking about this shit. It's not speculating, it's bluffing. Oh, God. The amount of times I feel like the word bluff is misused in the Ace Attorney universe is astonishing. I may not know TV, but I know evidence law. And boy, do I have some for you, champ. You might not be able to show that your selective editing was intentional. However, I know you bear the defendant ill will, and this is the evidence that proves it. Okay, great. They actually allowed me to... Alright, good. That makes it easy.
Take that!
This piece of evidence proves that you bear ill will towards the defendant. Okay, apparently not. That thing? What could that possibly prove? Take a good look right here. Wouldn't you agree that it puts you in a bad light? Looking bad and having evil intentions are two entirely different things. Look at me, for example. I'm not evil, but I am a bit of a bad boy. Good lord. Oh, if I could be a bad boy myself. But bad lawyers get penalties for presenting bad evidence. Okay. Okay, buddy. Yeah, that was my bad. That thing definitely showed that he... But we're not saying that you're evil. We're just saying you bear ill will. And if you tried to fucking prank her during her show, that seems like ill will to me. Oh, God. All right, we'll play the game. We'll see what we're supposed to be doing. Oh yeah, phones are a big no-no. Woo. Look, I didn't mean anything by it. It was just a coincidence I edited out that scene. Okay. I selected the right thing, right? Because, like, this is... Oh, I hope this isn't the answer. I'm not going to be happy if it is.
Hold it! Take that!
It's not that. I was going to be quite displeased. Well, I guess there's one other thing it could be that would also make me mad. But see, we're not saying it's evil. Ill will does not mean evil. I don't know why we're framing it that way.
Hold it! Take that!
It's because we are logical and intuitive people, Devin. literally the last thing I would have brought up in this situation. Because we have, like... This is so speculative. We don't even know if it's what really happened. We're pretty sure, but only because of a bunch of circumstantial shit that's, like, not even, like, evidence presentation worthy. I'm trying to think of a way to defend this decision. The act itself is, well, okay. You could even argue that what he did wasn't even like, oh, because I have ill will towards Trucy, I just am this fucking slime ball towards everybody when it comes to contract signing and stuff like that. It was the clipboard. And whereas the specific prank to mess up her show that, like, they meticulously planned, that's significantly more, like, personal than the contract thing is. Even if we're able to prove that right now with what we have, that that's what happened. Without him spilling the beans. No, because he's an idiot. I'm trying to come up with the reason this would be used here as opposed to later. Thinking maybe the more I drink, the more I'll be able to defend it. All right. Take advantage of a small company with malicious tactics. But does it actually point to him specifically like it was a personal thing? Or could that be something that he just did to anybody he tried to bully? Or like underhand when it comes to the contracts? He could be doing that with anybody. Huh? What's that you got there? This is the contract you had. We also presented this, which, if he was going to bring this up, I think that should have been acceptable too. I know the games have done that in the past. Where they're like, oh, we're going to use both of these, so you could have selected either one of them, and that makes sense. This is the contract you had Miss Wright sign just before the magic show. This contract between the first party, Take-Two TV, and the second party, Miss Wright, reads, if, through the faults of the second party, the show must be canceled in part or in full, the second party will pay $3 million as compensation to the first party. $3 million? That's a completely unreasonable sum. Oh, Judge, would you like to rule on the validity of this contract right now? Because that would be great. Wouldn't actually be able to do that. It has to be a whole other different case and a whole other different it has to be civil court instead of criminal court. But things said here could be used in that civil case. So I couldn't agree more. And of course, Miss Wright doesn't have that kind of money. Nevertheless, Roger Retinz had her sign this unreasonable contract anyways. Or more accurately, he conned her into signing it. Conned her? How did he do that? Like, would any of these three things work in that situation? No, just the clipboard. If you choose anything else other than the goddamn clipboard, I swear to fucking God. It depends on if the prank was made to set up to look like she was the one that caused it. The problem is that the evidence of the prank actually shows that she wasn't the one that caused it. But it could show it could have been an attempt to frame sabotage to frame her screwing it up. Yeah, that's true. It is fraud. Fraud? But in terms of what I said about the validity thing, I'm 99% sure he wouldn't be able to invalidate it here. There's a trick to the clipboard that was used by Miss Wright to sign her contract. House's carbon paper that can securely copy her signature onto the documents. Well, it's not that I'm saying the clipboard isn't a part of the overall scheme. I'm just saying the other parts of it all play into the entire scheme. That is the scheme. And I still think on their own, the prank is way more solid evidence right now with what we know, or with what we can reasonably present to the court. That, because we're just going to tell them right now, like, oh, you did this. And what should he say? No, I didn't. I don't know what that is. What are they going to say? You liar. How's this carbon paper that can secretly copy her signature onto other documents? Because now we then have to prove that her signature on the contract isn't hers. Oh, come on now. That's quite a nasty accusation you're slinging my way. For starters, you don't have any proof I had anything to do with that carbon paper stuff. Just because Trucy and her agency can't pay up, that doesn't mean I conned her. But $3 million, that's totally out of reach for the average person. In any case, this is important new information. Please add it to your testimony, Mr. Retinz. Yeah, you did this. No, I didn't. Damn it! Foiled again. Okay, now I have to determine what the...
Hold it!
This clipboard is yours, though, isn't it, Mr. Retinz? Well, it belongs to the TV station anyway, that much I know. Maybe it was an old prop from one of our old TV shows that got used by mistake. Or maybe you used it on purpose to con Miss Wright. Objection. Speculation. Jesus Christ.
Objection!
Mr. Retinz has already stated that he did not. Mr. Justice, please do not use this trial to get out of paying your agency's debt. That's not what I'm doing. Proof Mr. Retinz is connected to the carbon paper, huh? Trucy's signature was copied onto the fake contract, and there must be an original contract that Trucy actually did sign. True, but I bet Mr. Retinz is too savvy to leave something like that behind as evidence. But what if her signature was copied onto more than just the fake contract? Like a third document with Trucy's signature on it? Have we seen anything like that, though? Hey, what are you guys whispering about? Let me continue my testimony.
Hold it!
Oh, fuck! Didn't mean to do that.
Objection! Objection!
I don't even think that's what I went with initially. I think the problem was that what I went with was too similar to, like, it just wasn't a good voice for her. Not that this is, but it was basically like just like slightly higher Apollo, and like that's not good either. Because it was more like I tried to make it more of like an energetic thing. Problem is, I don't know if you guys might not be aware of this, because you catch me for like 4 hours a week. I am not an energetic person. Oh my god. I wonder, Max. Seems like we've seen this pattern before. That's true, but his voice was more magnificent than mine. Ah, man. What a voice Kelsey Grammer has. You must be quite the con man if you can fool a magician with a simple trick. But if you think you can con a lawyer, you're very much mistaken. Hey, kid, would it kill you to enunciate in front of the camera? You know, like a newscaster? I'd like you to take a look at Miss Wright's signature here on this note. Now let's compare that signature to the one here on this contract. Well, would you look at that? They're exactly the same. I wish I could do that. What an incredible talent. This fucking judge. I'm glad he didn't do that, because I fully expected him to follow that up with hey,
Let's get it! Let's get it! Let's get it! Let's go!
Hey, CJ. Thank you, my dude. Are you also set to receive half a meter stick worth of snow overnight where you are? We received half a meter stick. We received our fucking just dousage of snow today already. Yeah, I wish you had all of our snow. Snow is terrible, and I wish I'd lived somewhere where there was no snow. This isn't everybody, but I feel like everyone that I know that's like, oh, snow, they're not people that have to drive around with other idiots in snow, or, you know, just go places in general where it's snowing. I think when that gets added in, most people change their tune about snow. Tom, we're Americans. Obviously, we've measured things by more ridiculous things than meter sticks before. I hear when it happens in like Texas and Georgia and places like that, they get like half an inch and people are like skidding across the fucking freeway because they have no idea how to deal with it. Like it's all nice in theory to be like, oh my god, I've never seen snow before. It's like, all right, go driving it now. Add another 30 minutes to your fucking drive to work because a bunch of idiots don't know how to drive in it. Or they're not necessarily idiots, but they're driving a lot slower because it's snowing currently and shit isn't plowed, which makes sense. In that case, they're doing it safely. But again, huge inconvenience. Snow is nothing but a fucking inconvenience, and I hate it. But if you like it, good for you, because I would love to have that feeling in my heart, but I don't. That's right, Your Honor. Not just similar, but exactly the same. Nobody can sign their name in exactly the same way twice, unless it's a copy. These signatures are proof positive that you conned Miss Wright. They definitely prove your malicious intent. Say, not bad, lawyer guy. Didn't know you had it in you. What, are you just admitting to it now, or? This is getting really interesting now. It'll get great ratings for sure. Don't try to dodge the issue, Mr. Retinz. Retinz? I keep wanting to say Retinz, but it's more like Retinz. The fact is that you bear ill will against my client. I still think the prank is stronger evidence than this personally, but so the show footage was definitely edited with malicious intentions. Isn't that right?
Objection.
For being outside, snow is awesome. Not if you have to shovel it. Then it could eat a dick. You always have to shovel it. Something else that comes from snow and cold weather and ice and shit like that. Let me ask our international viewers, or maybe people from a state where this isn't a thing. Do you also have laws that if you own a residence and you don't make sure all of your ice and snow is taken care of, because if you don't and something happens to a pedestrian walking by, you could be liable for it? Do you guys have something like that? Because we do. Which makes it all the more of a pain in the fucking ass. Called the slip and fall law. And that's what we, if it's snowing overnight and we know that we're gonna have to shovel before we go to work, we gotta get up earlier for that, which means it's fucking the coldest it's gonna be all day at that time. And then you got yelled at anyways. Like you're shoveling for the benefit of other people, and you get yelled at. If I didn't give a fuck about other people, I could just not shovel anything, but if then something happens to them, I'm gonna be liable for it. Then you got people like Dog, they're just like, I live in an apartment, moron. What? You guys are stupid. Can't someone else do it? Garbage man go, Mr. Plow can. I guess it'd be Mr. Plow and Shovel. I too lament every time I have to go out to the garage to get my shovel. I'm assuming yours is detached. Mine is detached. I have to go through the backyard to get to the garage, and that's where my shovel is. I should just have it at the back door. That would be so much smarter. And I still haven't learned my lesson 7 years later. That's the job of community workers. Wow. Well, in America, we don't have that shit. That sounds wonderful, though. Mine is, I hate waiting through the unshoveled snow to get to the shovel and then shoveling. I mean, that's great, Tom. I think everybody should have that. A lot of things California does right. Not everything, but a lot of things. Let me see if I can find... Right. Plaintiff must show that the defendant knew, or at the very least should have known, of the hazardous condition, but failed to take steps to correct it. Very easy to show if you did nothing for your lawn. which, yeah, comes out of common law. They don't have it codified, but it is a part of a duty to act with reasonable care towards others. And because it's not codified one way or the other anywhere, it's... you have to do it. We should leave out offerings. Illinois, that's a good question. Hey. Premises Liability Act. You guys have a whole fucking act for it, which holds property owners responsible for keeping their property safe. So in a slip and fall case, you must prove that the property owner was negligent and that their negligence caused their injuries. I mean, same thing as Wisconsin. But you guys actually have a whole fucking legislative act for it. Let's see, Premises Liability Act. $740 ILCS 130. I'm actually getting fairly not with civil stuff, but I am learning there's a reason we're how much information do I want to provide here? I am getting a lot more intimate with Illinois criminal law because that's how to read all Illinois statutes. Because of people that used to live in Illinois and then hire us. Common law between invitees and licensees. Notwithstanding off-road riding facility. Firearm ranges. Okay. Duty owed to such... The distinction under common law between invitees and licensees as to the duty owed by an owner or occupier of any premises to such entrance is abolished. Okay, so they specifically abolished the common law that I told you guys about, that Wisconsin has. They abolished that and then created their own specific law. So the act explicitly states that the common law duty is abolished. And they created their own. Whereas Wisconsin, it's based on the common law. Duty owed to such entrance is that of a reasonable care under the circumstances regarding the state of the premises or acts done or omitted on them. The duty of reasonable care under the circumstances with which an owner or occupier of land owes to such entrance does not include any of the following. Warn or otherwise take reasonable steps to protect such entrance that are known to the entrance, are open and obvious, or can reasonably be expected to be discovered. Okay. It seems like Illinois does have the law, but it's a lot more... It's a lot nicer to the property owners. Than the Common Law Act. Or common, not act, than the common law. I actually think I have reciprocity in Illinois now. Let's see. I've talked about this before, but for those that have never heard me talk about this, in the United States, there's something called reciprocity, where you can be get into another state bar based on experience in another state. Admission Rule 705. The applicant meets the educational requirements, character and fitness requirements. Most states require both of those. That's not anything. License to practice law for fewer than 15 years has passed the multi-state professional responsibility exam in Illinois or in any jurisdiction. Okay, so I haven't passed that, so I would still need, well, or I could just wait 4 years. Then it doesn't matter. Oh, that's interesting. But and I've considered taking the multi-state professional responsibility examination. I don't have to, but this is based on professional conduct, which I think I am very good about. Personally, I should just take it. See, and a lot of people struggle with it because they say, oh, it's hard to test ethics in a multiple choice way. I personally don't think so. Now, maybe I should just do it and test that because I could fail horribly and come back and be like, guess I didn't. It wasn't as good about ethics in multiple choice form than I thought. Yeah, that's not uncommon, Devin. Like, if you haven't seen the word fitness in regards to a person's character, like, you're just gonna assume, like, what, you gotta be able to run a half marathon or something, like. Oh yeah, did they? So you told me, you were the person that told me about this. They had their situation a few years ago where suddenly they admitted a bunch of people, right? Because the test got easier? Remind me what happened. Is that still going? There is a certain, it's kind of like streaming. There's a certain, like, fitness that a lawyer has to have in order to conduct, be able to, like, focus and participate in a trial or something like that. Or even if they're just going to be in court all day. Because if they're lapsing in focus because they are not keeping themselves healthy, like, it's not always about just the physical nature, right? It could be what's going on in your mind. Not making sure you're keeping up with your health and your fitness. You could end up fucking over your client just because your mind's wandering or you're getting tired and that's fucking up your mind. Like, gotta be careful about that. Yeah, that's true. It is funny because this is based on, like, Ace Attorney California, which is the complete opposite of normal California. I would assume that would make it easier. Although maybe I shouldn't be shitting on Kaplan like that. Oh my god. I would love to be admitted to the California bar just to be admitted in the California bar. Because that's, like, how insane it is compared to other places. Like, it's very well known amongst lawyers in the U.S. that, like, California is, like, a special case. I personally know 2 people that became lawyers because they kept failing the exam. Now, I haven't checked in with them since pre-COVID, so it's possible that since then they have become licensed, but we're talking about people that graduated around the same time I did in 2014. So they went like 6 years without passing. I honestly don't know anything about the New York bar exam. I know I do know somebody that's passed it, but I never bothered asking them because I am personally never going to be moving to New York to practice law, or just move there in general. It's just not my thing. I've been to New York, great place to travel and visit and like have your week or whatever, your weekend. Never want to live there. Anyways, this piece of shit is fucking, you know. Talk about bar exams, right? What a forced argument, defense. All you have really proven is not his ill will towards Miss Wright, but his pecuniary greed. Agreed! Agreed! He's right. That's exactly what I've been saying. All that has been proven is that he could be trying to fuck over every business owner or every person he's trying to get into a contract with. Whereas that prank was very specifically made for Trucy. Yeah, Delaware's not. I knew Delaware was difficult. Delaware's very difficult. And for those that don't know, well, okay, it's not. I can explain this to you, but it's not going to make sense. It's not because it's like, oh, you're too stupid to understand. It's because it's incredibly complex, and I don't have the time to explain the entirety of why this is a thing. The state of Delaware is where many businesses that are not in Delaware will incorporate their business, because of how favorable the laws towards corporations is in Delaware. So it's like, in order to pass the bar in Delaware, you have to, even if you have like no intention of going into like corporations, like business associations or anything like that. Woo! Jujinko, the problem is that we're talking about specifically towards this person, as opposed to just he has ill will towards anybody he's dealing with. Like, Apollo very specifically framed the argument that he had ill will toward his client and Troop Grammary. Like, that's why he specifically said that. And so if we're showing that it's specifically against Trucy, well, then we need a little more than just he's trying to screw everybody over. But yeah, most people don't even know what Delaware is or ever heard of it. In the business world, boy, I tell you what, when it comes to Delaware, woo, woo, baby. That's right. That's fucking right. I just want to make money, baby. Fat stacks of cheddar. That's all. After all, I'd never even crossed paths with Trucy before this magic show. So I'd have absolutely no reason to bear her any ill will, right? Ill will of any kind, to be honest. Didn't bear her any ill will, huh? Fat chance. This guy definitely has some major hate for Trucy. Half the things Apollo's been saying the past hour should have just been in his head as opposed to out on the open court record. The thing I do have, the problem I have had with how it's been presented though is like, they seem to be presenting ill will as having to do with the word evil. And like evil, you can have ill will towards somebody and it not be evil. Evil's strong. That's a strong word here. I can't prove it with anything, but the things he said all point to that fact. There must be something between the two of them that gave birth to this grudge. Some sort of connection that not even Trucy is aware of. Your Honor, I'd like to argue that Roger Retinz and Trucy Wright must have crossed paths before. There must be some hidden connection between them. Hidden connection? What is it now? Just what are you getting at, Mr. Justice? It is futile to even ask, Your Honor. Surely it is just another one of the defense's feckless claims.
Objection!
You don't seem to have a very high opinion of me, but once you hear my argument, you'll wish you'd taken me a whole lot more seriously. Well, I really? Well then, do proceed. Did you figure something out, Apollo? Nope, not a thing. What? That was just some good old-fashioned bluffing. It's not bluffing! Well, okay. It's bluffing in this case because he literally has nothing. But there's some basis behind what he's doing, as opposed to literally having nothing and just getting people to buy it. I hope you know what you're doing. If you're going to make such a bold claim, Mr. Justice, I hope you're ready to elaborate. What is this hidden connection between the defendant and Roger Retinz? He's Trucy's biggest fan. Why is that even a fucking option? Jesus Christ. They're dead. Well, suddenly this has turned into quite the pedophilia case. You know, one great thing about being a streamer was like not super big, and I'm like not, my income isn't, you know, tied to what I'm doing on YouTube. I hate that people have to like, can't say pedophile, like you're a fucking pedophile if that's the case. They can't say that because like they're worried about getting demonetized. It sucks. Call a spade a fucking spade. As long as they're not promoting it, why should they have to censor themselves? What if I'm an advertiser? Why would I care if you're calling a pedophile out and be like, oh, I've got to censor that word? No, good for you. I'm glad that you are. Apparently that's a big thing with the word Nazi now, too. It's like, what? Fucking stupid. And look, don't get me wrong, Wired, I would love to be able to do this full time. Significantly more than my real job. Because I actually like doing this every time that I do it. As opposed to many days I go into work, I don't like what I'm doing. And I'm not even like a Retinz, I'm not even representing people like Retinz. And I'm still just like, I just don't like the job very much. I like talking about it, on the other hand. But I could never do that. And so that makes my ability to succeed on this platform much more unlikely. And it's really annoying. Oh, I mean, I could. I'm still a real lawyer. I still graduated from law school, and I could still be licensed to practice in the state of Wisconsin. I just wouldn't actually be active, like, hired at anywhere and taking cases. Still a real lawyer, though. I could. I'm just choosing not to. Oh God, I did not know that about Seinfeld. I didn't like Seinfeld anyway, so if I made a overrated comedians of all time list, he would be at the top. But I say that knowing I was a little young to be the target audience at that time, so I don't have the same like perspective of it. And a show about nothing can be fine. It really can. I just don't think. I think half of that cast is particularly unfunny. That being Seinfeld and Kramer are devastatingly unfunny. Whereas George and Elaine, oh, give me some George and Elaine all day, every day. They are hysterical. I mean, that's fair. I mean, that's an experience, though, right? I'm sure he, like, imparted some, like, connection about it with you that got you to understand it a lot better than I did. My dad did not watch Seinfeld. In fact, my dad didn't watch a lot of sitcoms. Most of, he stopped watching sitcoms, all sort of sitcoms after the 80s. He was more of a movie guy from the 90s onward. And my sitcoms were more like kid-friendly, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, stuff like that. Full House, that's a good one. Wonder Years. I'm drawing a blank all of a sudden, but there's a lot of them. My wife loves The Big Bang Theory, and it's so unfortunate. She'll be watching it, and I'll have to, every time I'm walking, like, around that room, I just have to hear some unfunny joke. One unfunny joke after another. And it's just like, God. Tone put it so well, but his opinion would piss so many people off because it's very insulting. But I'm like, yeah, I kind of agree with it. Uncle Phil was a great man. Paisano, going back to your question, what made me become a lawyer? Well, I don't know how often I've talked about this. In terms of, have you guys heard this? Like, my general attraction to the job? Maybe I haven't talked about it as often as I thought I have. But I will tell you one additional aspect of it was seeing lawyers portrayed in fiction, particularly like specific lawyers, like James Avery as Uncle Phil, as an attorney. Oh my God, exudes power. Shit. Oh, respect. That when you see that, it really attracts you to the job. Ironically, I can't stand watching lawyers in fiction now because now I'm like, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong. Only when it's like a peripheral thing is it fine. Daredevil, for example. Not necessarily peripheral, but the whole main thing is he's a superhero, right? And then he's also a he's an attorney. And then you have like The League, for example, where two of the characters just happen to be attorneys, and they make a fantasy football trade as a part of their plea deal that they one's a prosecutor and the other's a defense attorney, and they make a part of the plea deal. He gives him a better plea deal because he extorts like one of his better players for him. It is hilarious. Just so stupid because that should never ever ever happen. But when something is so outrageously dumb like that, I can get behind it. But it has to like go over that edge of like, that's ridiculous. The first time I watched my cousin Vinny, it was like physically uncomfortable. Cause I'm like, oh God, none of this is going right. Even at the, like, where things go right, they're not really going right. He is out of his element. I don't think there's anything wrong with playing these games and thinking, I want to become a lawyer because of these games. Because, and the reason I say that is the message that these games ultimately attempt to present. They're good messages. And if you want to become a lawyer based on that message, I think that's very admirable. Because that's not why I became a lawyer. You want to know the main reason I became a lawyer? I might have talked, I don't know how often I've talked about this, but I didn't know what I wanted to do. I was a psych major, and well, I did know I did not want to become a psychologist because I had no interest in going through what I heard they had to do in graduate school. It sounded horrendously dull and not at all what I wanted to do as a psychologist. So I was like, I don't even want to go through those 4 years to get to where I would finally be able to start being a therapist or whatever. So I was like, well, what else can I do with my abilities? And so I had a mentor in college that was like, all right, well, what do you like, and what are you good at? Right? This and this. Hey, by the way, I also went to law school and was an attorney, and it seems like everything in this little diagram here fits into becoming a lawyer. Have you ever thought about becoming a lawyer? And I was like, no. But okay. And then I did. Which, now that I'm thinking about it, probably sounds really douchey. But that's what it was. It was, you are good at these things. You don't really know what else you want to do in your life. Because I tell you, there are several aspects of myself that do not fit in well with being a lawyer, and it contributes to why I don't like the job that much. But it's ultimately all outweighed. I know I'm good at my job. I never have any doubts about that. I just wish that I found more joy in my job, and I don't. And I think that comes from a situation in which you go after your profession simply based on characteristics and not what you really want to do, if that makes sense. And I'm actually gonna amend one of my statements. It's not that there are personality traits. There are personality traits that make me a bad lawyer of a certain type, where you have to be more social and stuff like that. And I just get exhausted. I'm good socially, but it is exhausting. It takes so much to do so little. The problem is that getting into the positions in which I don't have to worry about those traits is a lot more difficult because there are far fewer of those positions available. Obviously, from people like me, they're very highly coveted. I can just do transactional stuff all the time and not have to fucking interact with people every 5 minutes. Wow, great. Give me that. Oh, there's like 2 of those jobs in like a 100-mile radius. Yeah, that makes sense. That's kind of how it is. There are situations out there that are much more suited to not really caring about those faults, personality faults. But one thing I will say to a lot of people out there, because there's gonna be a lot of you, like Crypto is just talking about this, not sure what you want to do. First of all, that's fine. A lot of people don't know what they want to do, even if they're in college. I was undecided when I declared my major when I first got into college. I had no idea. There's nothing wrong with that. You might not know what you want to do for a while. That's fine too. Never too late to do something that you want to do. Yeah, like compositors would say, you can go back to school. And the fact that you already have a bachelor's degree in something will likely mean that you will not have to do as much to get that next degree. You know, like, I was surprised when I was thinking about going back to school, like, oh, if I wanted to be an accountant, like, how many fewer classes I'd have to take to actually become an accountant. Wow. Then I realized I hate math, so why the fuck would I do that? It's my fantasy of being good at math. But yeah, don't freak out because you don't know. Many people don't know, and many people don't figure it out until later. And that's okay. You always have those routes of, like, making it happen. And you can always go talk to Tom, because Tom will tell you. Yeah, dog. The Athena's character. So one of my coworkers tells me that I also play the role of counselor for The Office. Well, not for everyone, but for a lot of The Office. Because people will gravitate toward me with their, like, issues and stuff, and I kind of act as a therapist. It's like, in confidence, I don't gossip. I don't care enough to gossip. And I listen, you know, that sort of stuff. And she said, did you really not, like, what made you not want to be a therapist? I tell her, and she's like, it's so stupid. I don't know if I'd be happier as a therapist, though, because what I like to say is that I like helping people out in that capacity. Yeah. You could almost call it a hobby, but that's kind of inappropriate because it almost makes it seem like I'm not taking it seriously. But I am. But it's more like I'm doing it because I like doing it, and I like helping people in that regard. And I like that it's not like connected or mandated by a job. It's something I just do of my own free will. So that's what kind of makes it sound like a hobby, but I think I like it more that way than if I did it as a full-time job. Okay, so we're agreed, right? Not these. If it were this, I might stop playing this game. We've already had like 2 cases where it's like, dude. At least in one of the cases, it's like, all right, the dude is obviously mentally, like, disabled. Like, he does not know what he's doing. not that that makes it okay, but it's like compared to fucking Max, for example, where it's like, no. All right, he was a magician too. I mean, just fucking look at him. Like that episode of the IT Crowd where Jen's dating somebody. It's like he looks like a magician, Jen, and you see him. It's like, yeah, he does look like a magician. That's exactly what fucking Retinz looks like. Johnny Downey Jr., but also a magician. That sleight of hand trick Mr. Retinz did during the recess earlier, and then he fucking gave away the fact that he was a magician by making like, what was it, like a laptop disappear or some shit? Oh, he made his camera disappear. Like, that's not a small object. See, I have not watched the anime past the first game. I really should. Yeah, and CJ, it's possible that you have a passion for it, but that's not what you actually want to do as a job. Yes, I am curious. What happens if you pick that they're dating? Does the trial turn into a pedophilia trial? Because, I mean... But that's funny, though, because 2-3 is so horrendously bad that it's funny that the anime is like, well, the anime made a lot of other things worse, but the anime actually made 2-3 better. I mean, look, there's a point where I don't think it matters anymore. Age difference. You're adults. You're, like, developed adults. You can do what the fuck you want. But we're talking about like 18, 19, and they're like 40 something, then it's like, or even 30 something, you're like, dude. You're in late 20s, and that's like, it's just developed versus undeveloped. Because you're assuming, you have to assume that there's some sort of power dynamic there that's inappropriate. Sorry guys, I know we haven't done much gameplay, but I hope you've enjoyed the conversation. I wouldn't think she would be if Phoenix legally adopted her. That would be strange. I guess not impossible, but strange. Yeah, I don't know either. It seems to be implied, but it's never explicitly stated that she was legally adopted by him. Because there are a lot of people that'll say, like, I was adopted. And it's like, were you though? Trucy crashes onto the window. Okay, that would have actually been pretty funny. Apollo, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why do you think I would ever date? Like, damn, my bad, Trucy. Wasn't he bad at poker? Oh no, he like never lost. No, that was what's his face that never lost, right? Nah, I don't even remember. I mean, you can get your name legally changed without the person adopting you, though. Although, if you do it under 18, I think you would have to have the parental consent for that. In which case, there had to have been a parent there to do it, in which case, it would have been Phoenix. I don't know how Phoenix keeps his law office operating in general if they never get fucking paid. Okay, it was him that never lost. Okay, that's what I thought, but I was Thinking maybe I was misremembering. It's possible, Tom, that their standards, the governmental standards for adoption, were not very high. You want to adopt her? Fine. So ordered. I missed a few. I know a lot of you are here for the commentary, but we've had some expanded commentary tonight. Oh, it's cathartic for me too, because like it's very nice. This is probably the best way to put it. You all collectively as chat are my therapist, because the best therapist is there to simply listen and allow you to get everything out, listen, retain the information, and then you can figure it out yourself from there. And people will poo-poo that, but that's a legitimate skill. A legitimate skill. Just ask all the spouses out there that they're like, my partner doesn't fucking like the biggest faults. Trucy's mom is still alive, but she doesn't have her memory. Oh, go ahead and use it. I don't think it'll get you anywhere, but go ahead and use it. Phoenix should just make Edgeworth his sugar daddy. I mean, just do it at this point. Just make it official. Do it. Right, she regained her memory, but like, as far as the rest of the world knows, she did not. That's what I mean. It's not like she's come out in open court and saying, "Oh, I remember now." Okay, well then, obviously you can take her. In Wisconsin, it is presumed to be in the best interest of a child, meaning the age of 18, to be with their parent unless there's something wrong with the parent. If Lamoir came back and her only issue had been, I lost my memory, there's no issue with drugs or violence or anything like that, then it would be presumed that Trucy should go back into her care. This stuff I do know about because I have a lot of experience in juvenile court. Like, hey, Twain, what kind of where's most of your experience? Immigration, family law, juvenile, and contract work. And most people go, what is that fucking buffet of practice areas? Oh yeah, bankruptcy too. But yeah, yep, the DNA test would prove, like, that would be easy peasy. Easy peasy. What if Mr. Retinz is a magician too? What if? I believe it's up to the defense to fill in the blanks, not me. Well, if he is, he may have had some contact with Miss Wright somewhere along the way. argument is hardly worth responding to. But by all means, please do continue. Why did you object then? As a passage in the sacred scriptures of Koreanism states, he who gives a sermon to a monkey is himself a monkey. I feel like what I'm doing right now is what's his fuck? Like, I'm trying to give a more like a wispier Trunks. Not wispier, that's not the right word. Or mystic. Ah, goddamn, what's his name from Team 4-Star? He does basically everything. He does Trunks. Yeah, it doesn't matter what you say to a dimwit. He isn't going to get it anyway. But we saw Mr. Retinz perform a magic trick outside of the courtroom. Just us. By ourselves. I'm trying to do something that's... Because I was worried that him and Retinz wasn't getting picked up by the mic. So I'm trying to do something a little more... something that won't have a volume problem. Why is he in America? Because he made his video camera disappear in the blink of an eye. Trust me, bro. While I think it would be pretty funny if I were a magician, you must have been seeing things. Want me to introduce you to a good eye doctor? If a connection is as tenuous as that... Wait. If a connection as tenuous as that is all it takes, then every magician in the country would potentially bear ill will toward the accused. Yeah, I feel like that's what I did last week, and that's more like, oh god, I'm worried that this fucking Yeti's gonna pick it up. I guess you're right. Monk Trunks. You're not the sharpest knife in the drawer, are you, short stuff? You would do well to cleanse that putrid mind of yours in the holy waters of Mount Pony Pony. Okay. 3 days under a frigid waterfall, and even you should rise to the level of a monkey. It sounds like it's more likely that he's gonna get pneumonia and die. A numbskull for a numbskull. This numbskull has thick skin, so there. Yeah. I don't think he's cutting anybody. This is young Trunks. Dude doesn't even have the sword yet. I think I get what they're driving at. Even if he is a magician, it's not exactly a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy, is it? Hold on, I think I can think of one magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy. Or rather, one magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against Troop Grammary. Oh? Oh, is he, is he Rias's brother or some shit? No way! Is something wrong, Mr. Justice? Your Honor, the defense wishes to submit evidence at this time. I see, and what sort of evidence do you have for us? Evidence that points to the real killer, the one who had a motive to commit this crime. What? And what have you come up with this time, defense? Trucy Wright is the sole heir to Troop Grammary in its name. This puts her square in the crosshairs of one particular magician. And this piece of evidence points to that one person with a dress. Bang, boom, bang, boom, ba. And this piece of evidence points to that one person with a grudge against Miss Wright. I mean, you gotta think it's that, right? This doesn't say anything about Rias. I mean, Rias' dead body, I'm assuming, is not it. who exactly are you naming, Mr. Justice? 13 years ago, the great Mr. Rias belonged to Troop Grammary. But then the troop ousted him, and Mr. Rias vowed to get revenge on them someday. Source? Trust me. And what better way to accomplish that than through the ruination of their sole heir? Wait, did we establish that earlier? Maybe we've already established that on the record. And nobody objected to it. The Dark Magician. We did? Okay. All right. Fair enough. But Mr. Rias is the victim, Mr. Justice. You've named a dead man as your suspect. But is he really dead? Okay, if he isn't dead, well, okay, then the murder trial doesn't make sense altogether. And I had not considered that because that would be overly silly. But, we'll see. What do you mean, is he really dead? If the fact that Mr. Rias is the victim is what's throwing you off, then how about we consider this possibility? What if the man who died on that stage yesterday wasn't Mr. Rias? Okay, so somebody still died. Okay, I'll be honest. Did not see. I did not think that it was a body double. Mr. Retinz was actually Mr. Rias. That's a pretty good twist. Did not see that coming. What? You mean the victim was an imposter? I thought maybe he was just like either his brother or like a rival group, maybe. You know how the Magicians Alliance gets all fucking... I'm drunk enough at this point. I want to get that sound effect. Ah, but I just want the Magician's Alliance part. I don't want the whole scene. My speakers go. Huh. Oh, this show. I just won my taxes? What the fuck does that mean, H&R Block? Okay, here's the sound effect. Oh, this part's gonna get muted. Ah, whatever. All right, you guys ready?
Job recently started the Alliance of Magicians, an organization that blackballs any performer who reveals a magician's secret.
We demand to be taken seriously. Oh my god. Oh! Okay, I like seriously need that sound effect on demand. Oh, I love that show too much. Not Mysterious. What about the but if it's not, if that's not the Mr. Rias, then who's the real Mr. Rias? No, there couldn't be another. Oh my God, my brain, my delicate brain. I can't handle any of this anymore. Oh, just give me a moment, Mr. Justice. I need to process this. Then what about the real Mr. Rias? It would mean the real Mr. Rias is still alive. That's absurd. Mr. Justice, who is the real Mr. Rias if not the victim of this case? It's all coming together now. I finally see the gimmick, the trick to this entire case. This should explain everything, Your Honor. The real killer, the one who hated troop grammar and wanted to sully its name. The magician lurking in the shadows who set up a fake Mr. Rias in his stead. But he still got another dude to die? That's gonna be interesting to, okay. The real Mr. Rias is...
Take that!
Yeah, right? I know the gimmick of this case, in parentheses. Oh, I completely forgot about that one. Hey, KY. Completely forgot that was a sound effect. Oh my, that's a... I was at KY's stepbrother's birthday party, and I'm like, man, I hope KY's there, and he's like, yeah, KY's not. Man, I haven't seen that dude in like literal years at this point. CJ. No. No. I wonder why it didn't show up, though. It should still be. Maybe it's not. Oh, it's because it's a video thing. It might not be linked anymore. Be unfortunate. And problem is that congratulations has to be spelled correctly, which, as we know, how loud is this one? Everybody cover your ears. Just a minute. Didn't play. Oh shit. Okay, you guys aren't hearing that. Okay, well that's good. That was loud. That was very loud. Holy shit. That's good. It's good you didn't hear KY either, because KY was also loud. You probably heard it in my background. Yeah, because that's how loud it was. Oh my god. Tonight's just a train wreck. Okay, OBS time source, congratulations. I probably have to edit this, is the problem. But for you, CJ.
Congratulations!
There we go. But that's... Yes. Yes, it is. Roger Retinz is the real Mr. Reus. What?
Objection.
Yes. Please object to that. Even if this ends up being correct, what basis does he have for making that accusation? Oh, hollow red accusation that we can actually, like, back up with evidence. I have not thought of a new name for class rep yet. It is a gaming council. She could become the bailiff. Court reporter? Clerk. Ooh, that might be it. She could, yeah, paralegal still works because she would be my paralegal then. I would like to think class rep added in her to become a law clerk. Oh my god. Where did that come from? Ooh, excuse me. Oh, hollow red. I am but a humble counselor, so it makes sense that she would be a humble counselor's paralegal. Oh, hollow red pepper, your impotent seeds sprout naught but meaningless, empty words. You can't possibly have proof to support such an outlandish theory. Correct objection there. It's not a bad idea for a soap opera, but not even diehard fans of the genre would stick around past the pilot. I know we've had enough tangents already, but you got, some of you seen Sonic 3? Was that even Sonic 3? Yeah, it was Sonic 3. Have you guys seen the soap opera in Sonic 3? That shit is insane, and I want to watch every single minute of it. And for those of you who are like, what the fuck are you talking about? Soap opera in Sonic 3. There's a, like this, it was something that's cut, and so it's not actually as funny as it should have been, but it's still hilarious. There's this telenovela thing that like gets played in the background, and it is fucking hysterical. Like, even for a telenovela, though, that shit is over the top. It was amazing. Hermano. No! Oh my god. I adore these movies so much. They are wonderful. Can we talk about how Idris Elba just, that Knuckles is amazing. Somebody in one of the videos, I think, was it Honest Trailers, that basically said he's the what's his face from Guardians of the Galaxy, Batista, his character. He's basically playing his role. It's not exactly the same though, because his is his own twist on it, but like, he's that way. Yeah, Drax. He's like Drax, but like, you don't think Knuckles isn't an idiot. He is simply from humble beginnings. He's also a badass. That's where you get the Drax comparisons. I am having the fun. I have conquered the second of bases. Just awesome. Awesome. Just those movies are wonderful. It's just pure fun. Pure fun. Anyways, Retinz has never watched a telenovela in his life, obviously. You want proof? Well, I've got proof. I can prove it by proving that Mr. Rias in yesterday's show was a fake. And to do that, I just need to look at this spot on the poster. Is what I'm hoping are actually triple X for the lulz scar.
Take that!
This is the injury Mr. Rias sustained while practicing a magic trick 13 years ago. Wait, okay, so this is actually something that's kind of annoying. Why didn't we... They should have added that video to our court record. That's kind of annoying. However, the video the victim shot of himself shows no trace of that injury. Oh my, you're absolutely right. And it's funny because, like, they're voicing cartoon hedgehogs, and we're all like, okay, accepted. I accept. We could make a whole new Expendables and turn over the cast to somebody, like add people like Nicolas Cage, Keanu Reeves, Idris Elba, and move out people like Sylvester Stallone. They're, they're Arnold. They're too old. Shit. What Expendables are they on now? Would this be 5? I'm not gonna lie. Hear me out. That would be a hot Expendables. Now, Mr. Retinz, what do you suppose we'd find if we took a look at your right forearm? Is there by chance a nasty 13-year-old scar under that sleeve of yours? Oh, I'm getting big, what was it? Yeah, 1-4 vibes, right? Hey, by the way, do you still have that bullet lodged in your fucking body? Yeah, what if you just like a badass scar? That's what you'd see. Well, Mr. Retinz, why don't you roll up your sleeve and let the court have a look? Or are you hiding something else up there? Come on now, I have nothing up my sleeve. I don't need to hide anything up there because I require no tricks or gimmicks. For you see, my magic is the real deal. Is this what you were hoping to see? Oh! Her stupid fucking face when she does that. There it is, the scar! Just as I thought. Oh, now he's flipping a fucking coin up and okay. Jesus Christ, why don't you stroke yourself off a little more there? That's right, I am the forgotten magician, abandoned to the dark understage of history. The great Mr. Rias. This is totally absurd. Oh, I'm sorry. Your fucking clairvoyance didn't tell you that this was gonna happen there, Mr. Nayuda? Maybe how about you shut the fuck up for the rest of the trial then and let big boys do big boy things. I shouldn't say big boy, because Athena's a big girl too. She knows how to do things like that, and you don't. Just adult things. We're at adult time here, Nayuta. How about you go and play at the kids' table then, while we take care of business here. This theme is fire. What's the probability of getting pyrotechnics like that into a courtroom? Honestly, it depends on where you're going. So, in a bigger city, you're more likely to have a metal detector checkpoint as you enter the courtroom. So you're much less likely to be able to get through something like that. But in smaller courtrooms where they're not necessarily expecting shit like that, you could probably get in there and get a trick off before you're actually like stopped. So the answer is it depends on location. Oh ho ho! How ironic, wouldn't you say? That this odious mark carved into me by Troop Grammary would bring me back into the limelight once more. Strange are the karmic threads before me. If the witness is the real Mr. Rias, then who is the victim who perished in the magic show? Yeah, and like I said, most mid to large cities are going to have that sort of checkpoint. But I've also been in places where I just walked in the courtroom and people are just like, I'm just like, oh, okay, so I could have a gun here and none of y'all would fucking, okay, all right, fine. There's a sign outside that asks you not to bring in that stuff, but that's it. I've even been to a place where they have a metal detector and they just don't use it. It's just off. And then there was a shooting there, and then they turned it back on for like a month, and then again, off after that. Oh man, I was on a case with one of the attorneys that was present, like right at the shooting point too. She told me that shit was terrifying. And I'm like, I might not have come to work again for the rest of my life if I had. But she kept doing it. She's a badass. I haven't talked to her in a while. I know where she works too. I should see what's up. Hey, any shootings lately? In our case that we were both on too. Oh God. That was a hell of a case. We will remember that one for the rest of it. No, it wouldn't be the U.S. without occasional shooting in a courtroom. A courtroom. Actually, to be fair, this shooting was right outside the courtroom, but again, in the courthouse. At that point, there's no difference, right? Tom over here like, excuse me? What are they doing in my state? Or not doing? I swear, I took a fucking allergy pill before I started streaming tonight, and I'm still just... Shit sucks. He was but a fan. I met him on one of my programs several years ago. He said he had become a magician out of admiration of the great Mr. Reus. In confidence, I told him my true identity and let him take on my mantle. When did this man take over for you? About 2 years ago. I taught him my tricks and even acted as his producer. And so a mere amateur became a popular magician overnight, courtesy of my magic on the stage we call television. That actually makes a lot of sense. Somebody who is trained in the art of production, as a magician is, in terms of presentation, goes into television. I mean, well, that's America for you. Even the safest of towns, there's always a chance, all of a sudden, just guns pop off. See, Mike's got the right of it. That's what you should be taking into the courtroom, the holy arrows. Hope you enjoyed the show. Not at all. You really had us all food. Food. Man, I must be hungry. Food. Mr. Retinz, or should I say, Mr. Reus, like, yeah, he admitted who he was. What? Apollo's saying that just like, oh, it's a reveal. No, dude, he literally told you what his name was. Why are you presenting it that way? You look like an idiot. In your hatred of true grammar, you killed the victim, Mr. Mystery, and then set up Miss Wright to take the fall, didn't you? Objection, speculation. Even with all this, that's still speculation. I have Max, and I have not changed my stance on this. I have considered, but disagree on the interpretation of certain amendments. You did it all just to tarnish the Grammary name. Oh, I have no idea what you're talking about, lad. Ooh. 10 cool points to anyone that refers to a boy as lad. Oh, yep. I'm gonna take all your guns. You're not gonna have a single gun left. Like, dude, nobody ever in life said that they would do that. It just... I hate when people create bullshit out of nowhere. Out of thin air. Yeah, I'm gonna walk in and take your guns. They fucking said that. Jesus fucking Christ. I set up the prank, that much is true, but it was simply a harmless joke on Trucy, I assure you. Nice rhyming there. Mr. Retinz got a mixtape out somewhere. Yet she learned of the plan and made use of it to commit murder. That is how strongly the criminal element runs in the blood of these Grammaries.
Objection!
But if it was a secret prank plan, if it was a secret, whoa, I can talk, I swear. But if it was a secret prank plan that very few people know about, couldn't you have been the one to use it for murder instead? Objection, speculation. Ah, yikes! Egg! His head! That was legitimately awesome. That was legitimately fucking awesome. Oh my god. Just kidding. What the heck was that? Heed my words, lawyer lad, for I fear your grasp on reality is slipping. Lawyer lad, let's go. I do believe I told you that my magic is real and employs neither tricks nor gimmicks. Dude, you literally just removed your head but didn't. That is a trick or a gimmick. Enough with the ambiguity. Why don't you make your point already? Wow. He just said ambiguity. That's a strong statement to make in these games. Woo. Yes, Mike, you are correct. If they weren't so poorly enforced, we wouldn't have as much of a problem. My alibi is as pristine as ever. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Sadmati? Yes, I suppose that is correct. The witness does have a solid alibi. What? Although some places have significantly worse laws in regards to that than others. And do need a bit of tightening up, I would say. Recall defense that at the time of the magic show, Mr. Retinz was at Take-Two TV, a fact that many people can easily attest to. That's right, I forgot all about that. Didn't we say that the murder didn't actually happen at that point? Oh no, but he was fine, like, if it didn't happen at that point, it would have happened like shortly after, and he would have had to have traveled all that way back. Oh, well. Unless I'm misremembering that timeline. So what do you think, Your Honor? Would you like me to testify in the matter? Yes, I think you better. Please tell the court more about your alibi. Yeah, certain people start doing it, and then you know what? We don't like it so much anymore. That's not weird at all. Very well then, on with the show. Are you watching Magnifigrammary? The time has finally come for my magic to snuff out your precious pedigree. The Grammary line will be no more. He is openly talking about how much he despises truths here. Not necessarily that proves he committed murder, but this is not great. This is not a great look. Like, he could have went through all of that without either of those last three lines. Which is unfortunate because Walmart is very accessible. God. I was at the TV station at the time of the Penrose performance. I was busy working on another TV program. I could spare no time for the magic show. Do ask my staff if you doubt my claim. And there it is, a simple and perfect alibi. No tricks, no gimmicks, just the truth. CJ learning things about Americans that he did not want to know. Yes, CJ. I can just walk into Walmart right now and be like, gun, please. RB, need ice. that picking up on the... Yeah, it is. They definitely sell them in Wisconsin. Though, to be fair, I mean, and this is, I think I've been very, I'm pretty sure I've been open with my view of guns in these streams. There's an idealistic version I have, and then there's a practical version of it in my head. Practical version of it is I don't think anybody needs more than a handgun or a hunting rifle. And Wisconsin's a good example of this. You can, like, it makes sense that there's hunting rifles all over the fucking place because hunting is a big thing in Wisconsin. I don't see anything wrong with owning a hunting rifle. So yeah, all of our Walmarts, like, that's mostly what you'll see. Even in, like, the city where you're not really hunting as much, a lot of people from the city go out and hunt. So it's very common. Yeah, to be fair, he is, this is all, the coin is a distraction. He's not Two-Face, for example, where dude literally flips a coin to decide whether or not he's gonna murder you or not. Do you understand now, perhaps? I did not grace the theater with my presence until after the incident. So how could I have committed the murder? Staff did say he was there at the station, so it sure does sound like a rock-solid alibi. That can't be right. If Mr. Retinz is the killer, he'd had to have been at the theater. There's gotta be a hole somewhere in his story. I assure you there are no holes on Mr. Rios' stage. That's what she said. No tricks, no gimmicks. True magic doesn't need trapdoors to escape through. Do enjoy my show to the fullest. And my real alibi. I don't go to Walmart, but it's not a good reason. It's because I just use Amazon to have shit delivered to me. That's not good either. It's literally not at all better. In fact, you could argue it's worse because that's how everything's moving towards, like, I just don't want to leave my house. I get home, I leave work, and I don't want to fucking have to go to a store to get anything I need. Just have it right in front of my house in a box that I can, or a bag, that I can just, all right, got everything I need. Yep, I do. I do. Yeah, there you go. There you go, Lynn. Just don't have a Walmart. No, that's what I mean, Mike. It is not any better. Yeah, that's why I said, in fact, you could argue it's worse. Okay. Busy with working. He did get something from his staff. What did, oh shit, what did that camera guy say? think there's anything on here. Okay, let's...
Hold it!
Straight to jail. Jail. Straight to jail. But the question of the question of could you get away with it initially is an interesting one, because that is like, yeah, there are some places where you'd probably be at least be able to shoot a fireball off before the bailiff would point a gun at you. Wall market. Oh my god, with the best fucking theme ever. If I could get oppressed people, by the way, is the name of the theme to play every time I walked into Walmart, I'd probably go in there a lot more often. What was this other TV show you were working on? My own special project, you see. One moment. Perhaps this is more appropriate. It's a ratings Raj special production. Yeah, hang loose, baby. Hang loose, baby is just fucking lame. Like, they couldn't have came up with anything better with that than that. It's called Desperation Regeneration. Okay. He switched personas just to say that? What's the show about? Washed up has-been singers and comedians get together and play musical chairs. The winner of the game is given a second chance at their career. A priceless prize for chumps who washed up too early in life. Sounds great, huh? Wait, so like if it's a movie star, you can get them a movie role? Or if it's a musician, they can get a music deal? A lot of pull. Like a TV star, that makes sense for a guy who owns a TV production company. Yeah, if he were asked specifically to do it, that's fine. Then he's been given express permission to do so. Right, and what Tom says is also true. It's very likely something that would be well known in advance, like most all evidence in the United States. Why didn't you screen for wizards, you fucking numbskulls? Might I suggest you appear on that show, Mr. Justice? As the ex-lawyer who used to make ridiculous bluffs in court and faded sadly into obscurity, even if he were to lose this case, it wouldn't make him an ex-lawyer. Do you know anything about our system, Mr. Nayuta? And let the ratings Raja produce my TV debut? Not in this lifetime. You have great reactions. Who knows? TV might be your true calling. Video games certainly were. Hey, whose side are you on? In any case, I was overseeing production of this program called during the Penrose performance.
Hold it!
Apollo. How do we know that they're not in cahoots with you? What do you have to possibly support this question? Other than maybe, just maybe, you'll fuck up. How do we know those staff members aren't in cahoots with you? I make it my business to perform solo. My magic has neither need nor want of assistance. Of course, this response is equally as stupid, but, you know, whatever. It is leading Mike, but he's cross-examining, so it's fine. It's more. It's the problem is that it doesn't. It's just a worthless question. He has no. He's just asking it, hoping that the witness fucks up, without any like foundation to suggest that he has done this before and it could be something he would be likely to do again. After all, one of them could reveal the secrets behind my magic, could they not? So he doesn't trust anybody, huh? He's the complete opposite of Trucy. There were many people there in the studio audience who saw the witness as well. Even if he had been able to persuade his own staff to cover for him, he could not have convinced so many strangers to do the same. Really made a rock-solid alibi for himself. Yeah, it's almost too good, you know? It's eerie how perfect it is. Has all been revealed to you now? Wow, that is fucking nothing.
Hold it!
Oh, he would be slamming him perfectly, too. I've got it! Do you have a... Okay, that's pretty funny, though. I've got it! You have a brother? A brother that looks exactly like you, maybe? Again with the twins business? You think the audience will let you get away with using the same gimmick twice in a row? You do not believe him, Defense? Why not investigate for yourself? Oh, I am sure your efforts will prove to be thoroughly fruitless. Yeah, I guess the twins theory is a little far-fetched. Perfect alibi, huh? It's no good, Apollo. I can't find a hole anywhere. Athena, don't. That's definitely what he said. There's got to be some kind of trick to it. I just know there's a trap door in there somewhere. Apollo, maybe, first of all, what we should be doing is removing the word just from your vocabulary. You will sound like a significantly more competent lawyer if that's the case. Well, he absorbed people, which is kind of a magic trick. I made you all disappear. Oh, I go back and forth on the perfection of how the Cell character was presented in Dragon Ball Z Abridged. I can never, depending on the day, that will determine which Cell I thought was presented the best. Because at any given point in time, each of the three, you can be like, that was the best one. That was the best one. That was the best one. Because in the original, that is not the fucking case at all. Fuck the two imperfect and semi-perfect Cell. They sucked. Wait. Mysterious as in the fake one or the real one? The fake one, right? I feel like that should be updated, because that's kind of confusing. Hey. Fire trick was supposed to happen at 11. Crime happened at 10:30. Okay, so I guess there's nothing really off about that.
Hold it!
Okay, that's what I figured. Ah, his alibi really is airtight. I believe we've heard enough. While I believe the witness does indeed harbor some ill will against the defendant, there's no reason to doubt that he was at the TV station at the time of the incident. Yes, the facts prove that it was impossible for the witness to have been involved with this crime. Ugh. These last rites for the victim have dragged on long enough. Prove that she could have stabbed him in the back. Prove it. If you can't prove that, then I don't want to hear this nonsense. The soul of the victim himself is so bored that it is resting on top of your honor's head. Is it? This fucking moron. The time has come. Let us punish the sinner and guide the victim's soul to the Twilight Realm. Apollo, Trucy will be thrown in prison and will be out of a job. Yeah, actually, that's probably true. If I were Phoenix, I'd fire both of you. But if you catch tasty fishies, will you sell me some at a good price? I told you, I have absolutely zero intention of going off on a tuna boat. I need justice. You have to figure this out. It's no use. can't find a single flaw, so what now? The sword phased through the box and yep. I mean, that's basically the only reason, only, I won't even say logical explanation. That is an explanation. God fucking damn it. Ho ho ho! Behold my never-ending magic show. Come for the awe-inspiring showmanship of the great Mysterious. And stay for my grand illusion until the end of time. Welcome to the grand illusion! I don't remember the rest of this fucking words. I know like 3 Styx songs, and by no, I mean I can think of the tunes in my head. But I only know the lyrics that come the way. Wait, is he saying that we're still trapped inside some sort of illusion of his? Could it be? You know what, Mr. Retinz? Guess we have all been spectators to the elaborate illusion you've prepared for us. An illusion that has suddenly turned our attention towards something you wanted us to see. What are you going on about, lad? Have you got something, Apollo? I just remembered something Trucy said about misdirection. What a magician says is there really isn't, and what they say isn't there actually is. If we've all been taken for a ride by Mr. Retinz's magic, then maybe he's made us see something that wasn't really there. It's time to rethink all of my assumptions about this case. What have we been made to believe was there when it actually wasn't? What have we taken to be the absolute facts of this case? If I reevaluate the validity of all of these things, then just maybe... Yo, what's up, Kali? Athena? There's something uncanny about this case. Okay, those are words. What is it? Retinz's alibi, it's too perfect. That's true. It's like it's impossible to break no matter how hard we try. Maybe that's the trick. Maybe that's exactly what he wants us to think. I'm not following. We're not making any headway here because we've been so focused on breaking his alibi. Oh, I think I get it. You're saying he's using misdirection on us, right? It's definitely a possibility. Would the defense care to share with everyone what it's discussing over there? I'd certainly like to know. Your Honor, we believe that if we were to reconsider a certain assumption, we may finally arrive at the truth. In fact, I think we'll even finally see who's hiding behind the curtain, so to speak. And what is this certain assumption you're thinking of? This is the one key assumption we've been taking for granted this whole time. The actual scene of the crime wasn't the theater, but the TV station. If Mr. Retinz brought the victim's body to the theater after the fact, I'm dead. Foolish lawyer! Were that true, then what about the body you witnessed during the show? Don't you know it's rude to ask how a trick is done, Prosecutor Sadmati? I love that response. Kill her! I need my fucking life points. I hate being stuck on one. Never mind. I changed my mind. Okay. Now, the culprit was on scene. I was thinking it was this one. What if the culprit was somewhere other than the theater at the time of the crime? What if there was some way to commit the murder without actually being there? If that were the case, then Mr. Retinz's perfect alibi would become irrelevant. A lot of dots there, brother. How could one person stab another to death with a sword without physically being there? I don't fucking know. How can one person stab somebody in the back when it's physically goddamn impossible? How about you explain that before we go to this question? Sorry, I lost myself there. Furthermore, we all saw what appears to be the culprit's shadow in the footage.
Objection!
I thought that was Mr. Hat, but when I watched it back, we actually see Mr. Hat's shadow go up earlier. So that was something I had missed the first time around. So that is something else that I can't explain. But couldn't we just as easily assume that the shadow does not belong to the culprit? Yeah. I think that's a fair counterpoint, because he's like, we saw it happen. It's like, did we know? How do we know that? Is it? Am I crazy? Tom. Reliable Tom. I'm not crazy when it comes to the backstabbing thing, right? Especially after they, like, confirmed how, like, tight that space was. It doesn't make sense that he would have been stabbed in the back, right? Sometimes y'all say shit, you're like, I didn't see that at all. And I'm like, am I fucking nuts? Am I just, like... Is there something wrong with my mind? That's the toxic part of our relationship, chat. Max. I do remember when you guys tried to gaslight me about the fucking blood stain. Oh. Fucking. Just like, am I completely insane here? Thought I was going crazy. Just like, dude, what the fuck you talking about? I'm like... And there is... a certain amount of humility in your heart. Unfortunately, oh God, damn it. If there's a stream that goes by and I'm not sneezing, it'll be a fucking miracle. When you have an ounce of humility in your heart, it leaves you susceptible to, it is possible that I'm not right here. And that's why gaslighting is enemy of 99% of people. The other 1% being people who have no humility in their heart. Kanye West! Ooh, ooh. Oh, man, that was another sneeze came out of nowhere. No, Mike, you're pretty good with saying, I'm fucking with you. I literally don't want you going to sleep thinking that you're crazy. Oh no, we're not drinking water today. I had a lot of water earlier, but we're not drinking water. Well, if it's not the culprits, then whose is it? I'm not 100% sure yet, but I'm pretty sure I'm on the right track. We've all seen something that looks like this shadowy shape before, Your Honor, during the magic show itself. Oh, is it Mr. Hat twice? In that case, please point it out in the show footage. It's pointed out in the show footage for us. This is the thing that looks suspiciously similar to the shadowy figure of the culprit. Hey, let me watch real quick just to make sure I'm okay. So this happens. Mr. Hat, we should see Mr. Hat come up around here after the. Yep, there goes Mr. Hat. Where's the second? Where's the second shot? That's okay.
Take that!
Mr. Justice, how does that even remotely resemble this shadowy figure? Are you kidding me? It looks just fucking like it. That looked pretty similar. You are an idiot. Oh, that's funny. It looked pretty shady to me. Even if it's not the right answer, that's just like entirely incorrect. It definitely looks like it. What else could, wait. I think I know. What is in here? We can see. What's her face? Okay, but if that's Mr. Hat, why is the shadow over here? Isn't that kind of weird? Up? It's not the coffin, right? Because that would be... You would have seen it. It comes up immediately right before. Like, there's no way it's the coffin. What am I missing here? What resembles the shadowy figure seen on stage? Not body. Teleportation trick was supposed to have happened before that. Flying up into the air. But I can't point out his body here. Because that's it. But I'm assuming that's not it. Doesn't look like there's fucking anybody here. Well, thankfully we have Tom and Mike here to entertain you guys while I fumble around with this shit. It's not what she had in her hand, because that wouldn't make any sense. I feel like this has to be a person. The only person we can see on screen. Body. The reason I feel like it's not Bonnie is because Bonnie would have talked about this already. Add up. I'm missing. Not like there's a second Mr. Hat. Often. Yes. Oh, wait a second. This is really interesting. Why? Why is this here all of a sudden? Is that the second sword? I guess it's just weird because the hilt looks really weird. Like, there's nothing here. But she's already done the sword trick. Oh, she puts it in there. What? She's like 4 feet away from that. How did she do that so smoothly? Wow. What a baller. Look, she just... Nothing in there. And she's like, throw... Like, look, this face. Face right here. She's like, whatever. This ain't shit. Throw, sword, boom. In there like it's nothing. And we know it's not Trucy, because Trucy would have been like, hey, by the way, I got fucking lifted up. Problem is, we don't see... Okay, I'm just gonna start clicking on shit.
Take that!
All right, penalized. Blah, 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 blah. It's not...
Take that!
Yeah, it's not the coffin. That just doesn't make sense. I should have saved first. It doesn't matter. If I lose, it'll just be like, we go back to the original spot. I mean...
Take that!
Okay, yeah. I'm trying to think outside the box here. What was there that wasn't there? Do they want me to point to the... No, I mean, I wouldn't think so, but...
Take that!
Why didn't I think to click the shadow, you might ask? Because I had already done Mr. Hat. And if that's the case, why would I feel the need then to click on his fucking shadow? If I didn't think Mr. Hat was the correct answer. Because that one looks a lot more like him than the other one does. That's... I disagree. The problem is that how would you reword the font without it being too obvious? Because you could say, what shadow resembles the shadowy figure? That'd be like, okay, well, there's only one other shadow. I mean, I guess not. There's a shadow literally right next to that shadow, but like... then you see that and you're like, okay, the only other shadowy figure that like appears out of nowhere. So I'm not sure they could have worded it better. I think that Mr. Hat also should have been the correct choice. That's how I would have corrected that. I think this looks just like Mr. Hat. So if you're going to use this, then you should also be able to use the thing it looks exactly like. Because this doesn't look like the same shadow. The next ass just... I'm not sure if that's how you meant it, but that's how I read it. Oh my god. I don't think this one is as bad as the other one. The whole prank to contract to clipboard situation. I don't think this is good, but it's not nearly as bad as that one. No, CJ just, his mind degenerates when he's watching these streams for obvious reasons. Yes? Cat? Yes, of course I have a cat here. Spelling my words. Doesn't this shadow resemble the suspicious shadowy figure? Now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? Literally the exact same shape as Mr. Hat. But okay. I was thinking of Snake saying dummy thick. Oh boy, it wasn't yesterday, Valentine's Day. That would have been unfortunate for my wife if that's what I was focusing. Pretty sure it was Thursday. Don't know why. It just came up. Dummy thick. Miss Wright, could you identify this shadow for the court? Let's. I was gonna do Athena's accent. Let's see. I believe that's Mr. Hat's shadow. All right, I win. I win. I win. I'll be right back. My victory ice, because I win. Always good when the game admits that it made a stupid fucking mistake. Hey, Miss Wright, can you identify what also should have been the correct answer that I could have chosen there? Oh yeah, that would have been Mr. Hat. Excellent. Excellent. Just terrific. Thank you so much, Miss Wright. Yeah, I can't sit, like, with the stream going, like, because everything gets a lot hotter. Stream is going, I don't know if that's probably just, like, my body being like, I'm anxious. But I can't do jeans. Or, I mean, let alone fucking dress pants. So I'm like, no, gotta wear pajama pants or shorts. I did shorts more in the past. I don't do them as much anymore. Got pajama pants that breathe a little more. These Pac-Man pajama pants are quite, sorry if that's breaking immersion. But if it makes you guys feel any better, there is a lot of Zoom stuff that still happens where the attorney is definitely not wearing dress pants from the waist down. So they have professional up top, party on the bottom. The problem is that I think it's very obvious to the player that it's supposed to be Mr. Hat. Like, I feel like you're treating the player like they're an idiot here. And I don't like when games do that. Because we all knew that Trucy was immediately going to say, oh yeah, it's Mr. Hat. And if that's the case, then Mr. Hat should be a correct choice. You want to pick the shadow? Sure, fine. But Mr. Hat should also be correct. And Wired is also correct. Apollo definitely knew. Like, because it's that obvious. So it easily could have been rewritten this way, and nobody would have... If it could have been rewritten that way and you wouldn't have second guessed it, then that means it should have been a correct answer because everybody already knew. It's from when he was being pulled up from the stage to the catwalk overhead by wire. Then, could this shadow that's shown later in the footage be Mr. Hat too? No, that's not possible. After Mr. Hat was pulled to the catwalk, he stayed up there. In other words, this second shadow is from some other figure being pulled up. I was sitting there fucking most of the time thinking, oh, do I have to identify that figure? Because Mr. Hat was wrong. Some other figure. I'm afraid you'll need to be more specific than that, Mr. Justice. He's right. We've come this far. I'll just have to figure it out from the clues I have on hand. What is the second shadow shown in the footage? I don't fucking know. Who is the second? You know what? I'm at 1. I'm gonna click Mr. Reus, and if it's I mean, not the stage lift.
Take that!
We consider what was happening on the stage at the time. There's only one answer. Shadow belonged to the fake Mr. Reus. In other words, Mr. Man of Mystery. The victim? Please take a look at the prank plan script. Mr. Mystery was to pretend to be dead and then fly up into the air after that. Don't like Trucy's 3D model? Why? It looks good. It's better than I was expecting. But I guess that's not necessarily saying it's good. It's just better than I was expecting, which was not very... My expectations were low. Well, okay, so one thing I really liked... Okay, let's point out one thing I really, really liked. Watch when she... There's this moment, and I think the 3D model catches it very well. She has this moment where, like, she's freaking out, but then immediately, like, jumps back into stage performer. And I think it's actually really well done. Because I think it looks realistic. It's right. Wait for it. Here. So, do you see how it switches? I think that's so good because she's freaking out, and then she's like, "Oh shit, I gotta be on top of my game," and it's like, "Oh, yeah!" Like, I thought that was done really well. And I would not have... I was not expecting something like that from this game. Let's just put it that way in terms of my expectations of the 3D models. Isn't that right, Mr. Retinz? Indeed. And what of it? I contend that... Oh, God, this game does this... These games do this more than I think I've ever seen another, like, text-based game do. That's... And I can't stand it. looks, and when saying it, sounds so stupid. I contend that that's exactly what happened. The victim was wearing a stunt harness around his waist. It was most likely attached to a stunt wire so that he could be pulled up into the air. Would that if you'd select the body, would that have been correct too? Because I feel like that probably should have also been correct then. But I guess in this circumstance, the game and I were aligned into what the most correct answer was. But yes, Wired, I know what you're saying about Bonnie's. Bonnie's mouth definitely looks like cartoonish. You think you, which I had thought about doing too, but I thought the prank would be. The way I look at things is very much back to the other issue that I had in a situation that did not operate the same way. I select the order in which I would be presenting the things in court if I were to be presenting them. And I'd present the prank part first. But I also would have thought the body would have been correct too. So, like, if you selected the body first, I feel like that also should have been correct. So you're suggesting that after pretending to be dead in the coffin, the victim flew up into the air just as the prank script says? Exactly. We couldn't see him go flying up because the dragon was blocking our view. That last trick, ladies and gentlemen, is the true pied de resistance. Pied de resistance. Is that how that's sort of like 35% pronounced? Is the C pronounced there? My French majors. I don't think it's penis of Venice, no. I just pronounced it two different ways. At first, I didn't pronounce the C at all, and then the second time I did. Peas is the true piece de la. Whoa, I went Spanish there for a second. Is the true piece de resistance of the culprit's murderous magic show. Resistance. I have no idea. Don't tell me, you got it all figured out? Yes, I think so. If we can just look beyond Mr. Retinz's last bit of misdirection, we should finally be able to see the real truth. The victim must have been pulled up to the catwalk, just like Mr. Hiet. Hit the cushioning up there with considerable force. That's how he got stabbed in the back! Oh, please tell me how that's... Because that's kind of... That's insane. Okay. Okay. I just have to figure out what else happened up there at that time. Are you ready to elaborate, Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor, I'm ready. In that case, please answer me this. Why did the culprit make the victim fly up into the air like that? to murder him. Just why did the culprit have the victim fly up after he appeared in the coffin? And how did the victim actually die? When he was only pretending to be dead in the coffin. Oh, okay. I really like that twist. I did not think for a second the whole reason he pulled him up is because that's when he fucking murdered him. And that's why he has a stab wound in his back instead of his side. Oh! Oh! When the courtroom stuff is bullshit, but the story is still great. Oh. Yeah, thinking, oh man, this is all going. And Sadmani's interesting because I feel like there's some points where I'm like, yeah, he's pretty good. And other points where I'm like, you're the absolute fucking worst prosecutor I've ever seen in my fucking life. Very uneven. Uneven is the best way to describe him. Good. I assume that Trucy did see us, like, the redness, but that but it was faked. Based on what the prank said. It was real enough that she thought she had done something, but it wasn't the real stab wound. That's my interpretation of it. We can figure out how these two questions relate. The answer should become clear. Could it be? Mr. Mystery must have thought he was still just part of a prank, bro, when he appeared on stage. He probably didn't suspect a thing as he was being pulled up into the air after Miss Wright called backstage and just as the set piece fell. But the culprit had already planted the real murder weapon in a cushion in the catwalk. It was probably a knife or blade of some sort. So he was stabbed, so I mean, I'm guessing. What? You mean? Yes, it really was a magical murder. Just as the prank script said, Mr. Mystery was whisked up into the air. God damn! Oh, that sucks! That sucks so much! And straight into a blade there in the catwalk. Holy fuck! It's inverted Mortal Kombat. Holy shit! Is that even possible? Could he have gotten yanked? Well, I guess the speed that he got yanked up there, I guess. In other words, this murder was committed remotely through the use of a magic trick. See, thinking ahead, thinking of COVID times back in 2016. This game, boy, I tell you, ahead of its time. Ahead of its time. Woo! Remotely? Using this method, it wouldn't matter where Mr. Retinz was at the time of death. Correct, but stage fatalities normally have you uppercutting them into spikes below. There's only one stage that I can think of where there were spikes above. Most of the time, the assumption is that they're below. Which is odd. Would getting stabbed in the back at that position kill you instantly? Really? Look at CJ. Oh, guys, sorry. I don't even know what I was doing. I was just pressing shit. Somebody's message got deleted. Whoops. But then his body went back to the same spot. That's what's kind of like, we haven't gotten to that point yet. Because he got stabbed, but like, then how did it get back to where we found it? Oh, I was just gonna say, like, oh man, just wait until you guys start getting banned by CJ on accident. Well, okay, but even if he screamed, there was enough I buy that there was enough commotion and noise going on that people might not have heard it. Normally I'm like very anti, like, dude, how would that not happen? Where somebody would scream and you'd be like, you wouldn't notice that. But I think this is one scenario where it's set up where I buy that they might, even if he had, he would not have, they might not have heard it. But also a good point, he wasn't expecting to get stabbed. Why necessarily, just because you stab, you're not going to automatically scream. You might get stabbed and be like, what the fuck just happened? And then you just die. Because you're like, in shock. There were probably gurgles, yeah. I make a pretty good dying person. Voice acting studios, hire me. Well, and that's what I was asking, Mike. Like, was he going fast enough up where a stationary blade could have pierced him like that? I mean, I guess. It looked like he was going up pretty fast, so I guess as far as the game goes, I buy it. But didn't Christopher Lee survive that? He got stabbed, didn't he? And he was like, I'm Christopher Lee. That was more of a Sean Connery. I don't know what I was doing. I mean, I do. Jesus fucking Christ, Mike. I got hit with shrapnel and was like, ouch. And I completely believe that was your only reaction to it. 100%. You got hit with shrapnel and you were like, ouch. That was inconvenient. Jesus. Whoa. Didn't he actually get stabbed, though? What am I thinking of? I feel like Christopher Lee, like, legitimately was attacked at some point. Am I thinking of somebody else? Or he was shot or something? I don't know. Maybe I'm creating this fairy tale in my head. Holy shit. Oh, I thought you said, am I a helicopter? I don't know why that's much different from am I in a helicopter after getting shrapneled. I got a really bad head injury. It was in a we were in a pool, a swimming pool, and we were playing basketball, and I jumped. I didn't realize where I was, and I the top of my head like got gashed by the bottom part of the hoop, where like, you know, it's got the little like things that come out so that you can put the X up. Just gashed. My head's just like bleeding. That I didn't feel any pain. I didn't scream out. I was just like, I came down and I was like, I know I hit something. And I was like, I touched my head to see like, oh, did I hurt myself? And I was just like, oh. And everybody in the pool is like, they're reacting like worse than I am. They're like, oh my God, we got it. So I got a towel. And from that point, it's just like the whole concussion thing. Like, don't fall asleep. You could never wake up, you know, whatever. But the whole time I'm just like, oh, that was unfortunate. Like, it hurt after the fact, but like that initial like stinging pain from getting hurt, I didn't actually react to because I didn't expect it. I also really deeply sliced one of my fingers. Oh, it feels uncomfortable just talking. When I was working in produce at a grocery store, just prep work in the back, I did not react to that until I saw the blood gushing from my finger, and I almost fainted. I mean, there have been situations where I don't really want to go into that. There have been situations where I have felt pain as it happened, though, yes. And reacted a little more immediately. Because you're a good fucking husband, Mike. You just don't know. You're just like, is my family okay? That's what a legend does. Lynn has not been around long enough for normal CJ. What you have been seeing the past few streams has been very put together, presentable CJ. That has only come about recently. He's the one who did that. Yeah, I must be thinking of somebody else. Yeah, Christopher Lee was very fucking old. Oh, 1977? That's not bad. Hold on, I need to figure this out. Wait, let's do this one more time. For the lulz. This is still up.
Job recently started the Alliance of Magicians, an organization that blackballs any performer who reveals a magician's secret.
You guys gotta see this picture. Hold on. Oh, shit. And CJ has like the perfect like text description of that noise. Odd. Oh, no. Not that. Die. Yeah, here. Oh, you guys can see that, right? Like... Oh my god. Why is my own stream showing up on the fucking suggested here? Like, I'm here. I've logged in. Why would that happen? Okay, what was I doing? Christopher Lee? Yeah, Christopher Lee. Oh, yes. Okay, you're right. He was the guy that did the stabbing. He stabbed the guy through the heart. Considering he knows what their dying breath sounds like. Christopher, the time Lee gave director Peter Jackson an on-set tutorial on what it sounds like when you stab another human in the back. Okay. Well, Christopher Lee. Woo! Yes, that is Arrested Development. Losing your pinky from oh, Lord! That sounds horrible. I was gonna say, like, oh, I hope it's all right, but I feel like that's dumb. I just hope you were able to bounce back from that as best as you possibly could have. Good Lord. Whew. Okay, anyways, enough Arrested Development and Christopher Lee legendariness. But how does it work, Mr. Justice? As somebody who was not at all Christopher Lee says one day. Just before the murder occurred, Dragon set piece was up in the catwalk. And it and Mr. Man of Mystery were connected to each other by a wire at the time. By carrying out the prank plan, Betty made the dragon set piece fall. Wait, a goddamn minute. Show me this! They won't let me look at it right now. Cause Mr. Mystery to rocket straight up. No, that's not what happened though. He went up before the dragon did. If the dragon was already that far down, we would never have seen his shadow like shoot up like that. Or whatever. I guess that's not really an inconsistency that really matters. It's just that is wrong. And into the blade in the cushion. Fatality. The cushion was high up enough to be hidden from the audience's view. That's why nobody saw the blade. Dude really needs to take a shit over here. Can somebody assist him? Oh, then that big gash in Mr. Hat's cape. Blade must have been set up overhead sometime before the magic show. Mr. Hat must have been slashed by it too when he was pulled up to the cushion. I can't believe it. I had no idea. Then why are you objecting? I was told that Trucy would freak out if I made the set piece fall. That's the only reason I did it. You were used, Betty. Roger Retinz used you. I thought he was my little puppet to boss around, but it was the other way around. Oh, I feel bad for her all of a sudden. After the incident occurred, Mr. Retinz arrived at the theater. He got the murder weapon and swapped the rubber sword with the bloodied steel one. That's also when he lowered the victim's body down to the stage. Oh, was a hold it? Even still, like, hold it! I have to express myself. Wait, I guess. But where even is she that she's suddenly on the witness stand? How did he have the time to do all that? The set piece fell, the audience was evacuated from the building. He was able to do all those things after the fact because there was no one around to see. That's fucking ridiculous that nobody else was around the area that entire time. I find it incredibly hard to believe. But a horrific murder camouflaged by a spectacular magic show? That sounds like the kind of murder only a magician could pull off, or telenovela. As long as the show proceeded as it was scripted, Mr. Mystery was doomed to die. That's why it was you, Mr. Retinz, who killed the victim all the way from the TV station. This prank plan, or should I say, murder plan, proves your murderous intent. Grabbery! Okay, shut the fuck up, Nayuta. I know you're not from around here, so you don't know how this works, but dude was just about to admit to all of his crimes. So, can you not? Like I said, remote work, ahead of its time. Ahead of its time. Remote work was a thing in 2016, but not nearly what it is now. Enough. You dim-witted, ignorant, imbecilic, putrid red pepper. Can't possibly have a counter-argument to make. Dude was literally about to just admit to everything, just how we were used to it happening. Talk about not knowing when to let it go and move on. Let it go. Let it go. Do you have a rebuttal or something, prosecutor, somebody, or are you just telling me enough for dramatic purposes? No blade of any kind was found in the catwalk, which means you have no evidence to support your theory. Oh, I love when they do this. I love when they do this. They bring up all the different, like, one of these things have to be present. One of them's missing, and they're suddenly like, your case entirely falls apart. There's no motive. Oh, but I have everything else. Literally everything else. To show that this person did it. But there is no motive. Sometimes there ain't a motive. Sometimes people take the murder weapon. Pretty sure my client's in the clear at this point. Unless you can prove that she was able to stab him in the back from the side. Because if you can't do that, your case has fucking failed. Unequivocally. Let me just make that entirely clear for everyone. This is extra. We are helping extra beyond this point. Because the prosecution has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that our client is the person that killed the victim. Hasn't proved that. I know we've talked about all these things before. I'm feeling especially spicy. Got about 20 minutes to go, so I'm gonna give it everything that Twain's got. Because Apollo's a fucking moron. Mr. Retinz retrieved it after the fact. Bro, you can't go through all that and then all of a sudden be like, like, fucking present yourself and your case with the confidence that it deserves. Dude was literally on the edge of confessing to everything, and now you're like, I don't know how to respond to this. Which leaves you with no way to prove your wildly fantastic remote murder theory. Okay, prove that my client did it, then. Because if you can't, we gonna walk out of here and you can figure the rest out for your damn self. But Christ. Without proof, does it not make more sense to believe that the murder was committed there on the stage? Ah, yes, by the person that literally could not have stabbed him through the back, because there was no way possible for that to happen. And we have proven that she had a rubber sword at that point. Let's not forget that. She proved that she did. And it's on the record, even. So, what's your point? That's where the bloodstained sword was found, after all. That is a very good point. Is it, though? Like, sure, but that doesn't prove that our client did it. It just proves that a bloodstained sword was there. And there was no blood that could have come from a rubber sword that we proved she already switched. And then used, when she stabbed it, into the coffin that even if it were a steel sword, could not have pierced the victim in the back. As the only person who could have committed the crime there on the stage, nope, that's not true. Bonnie was right there too, if we want to get technical, but you know, whatever. Wright remains the prime suspect. Apollo's sitting here going, it would appear that what you call truth is little more than a cheap parlor trick. In the end, you have done nothing to prove the accused's innocence. Yeah, disagreed. It is time at last to let it go and move on. Are you seeing this magnifigrammary? My magic is exacting punishment on your granddaughter. The grammary name is done for. He just keeps incriminating himself even more, like, I want you all to die. And the judge is like, well, I mean, the prosecution makes a good point for Noab, even though they haven't at all. Apollo, we need to hit him with a decisive piece of evidence here. It's just what I was thinking. Mr. Justice, do you or don't you have anything? Funny thing. One of the first things we learned about legal writing, what the judge just said was redundant. You never have to say, do you or blank. You just say, do you have? Because the rest of it doesn't matter. It changes the sentence not at all. It's just like saying whether or not. You don't have to say or not. Whether actually communicates that by itself. It's a really powerful word in that regard. You can say, just say whether blank. Because whether itself is telling you whether or not. You don't have to say or not. Pro tip. To prove that the witness committed this remote murder you proposed. But my word count. Well, if you're ever legal writing, you don't have to worry about your word count. Of course I do, Your Honor. This entire incident was carried out exactly according to the script. Right, so theoretically there should be no evidence for us to find or use. Which means our best bet is to see if something unscripted happened. There's got to be something Retinz couldn't have foreseen. Once I find it, that's how I'll expose his murderous trick. Get ready, Mr. Retinz, because I'm about to reveal the secret to your magic. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, just some good old-fashioned logic. Did we get into Danganronpa at some point? What the fuck is this? Give me the comic book. As long as the magic show went as scripted, the murder weapon would happen without fail. Everything in this case was carefully planned so that no evidence would be left behind. Oh, I don't remember this at all from Dual Destinies. I remember maybe 25% of Dual Destinies. The fact that people are like, don't you remember from Dual Destinies, bro? I wish I could erase that game from my mind. Still, one thing happened that definitely wasn't in the plan. What part of the magic show wasn't part of the show's original script? Honestly, do not remember this in the slightest. Bonnie made a mistake during Trucy's escape trick. What mistake did Bonnie make during the magic trick? Her life choices! Oh, that's hilarious. It was Mr. Hat's positioning, right? Oh, there's no punishment? Motherfucker. Okay, I should have. What does he say if you pick her life choices? I legitimately want to know, because if I had realized there was no punishment to it, I would have chosen it. Because that is hilarious. Dude, that's because you and I saw Ultra Despair Girls, and you and I both had this exact same reaction. I mean, you're a little older than I am, but we were still, old enough where we're like, what? No, I can't say that. She's got potential. Best of luck to her. Oh, good for Apollo. It ends with him getting an aneurysm and he just dies. Because it's part of the brain blast. Apparently you do, Mike, because some people play it and be like, and I'm like, really? Because this seems pretty obviously horrendous. Because Bonnie placed Mr. Hat to the right of the coffin instead of to the left, Trucy had to reappear on the side of the coffin opposite to the one in the show's script. But the culprit didn't know that when he first arrived at the theater, which means he was bound to make a slip-up when he tampered with the crime scene. Which part of the culprit's cover-up attempt was affected by Trucy's new positioning? Oh, wasn't it? Fuck, what was it? The show. Oh, yeah, this. Oh, I guess not. I'm an idiot. Wait, it's blood in the coffin hole? I honestly don't remember this at all. Oh, I do not remember that at all. Completely honest with you, I do not remember that part. Thinking Trucy had appeared on the left side, the culprit must have put the blood in the left hole. The blood was eventually discovered in the right hole during the police investigation. The killer had originally put the blood on the left side. That means he must have tampered with the scene again afterwards to make it line up with the facts. To make the crime scene consistent with the facts, the culprit must have... That's right, the left and right panels of the coffin are interchangeable. The culprit must have switched the two panels to make the bloodstain fit the facts. But the switch might have also given rise to something unnatural. Oh, I remember now, there was something unnatural about the coffin. It's just the evidence I need. Sorry, Mr. Retinz, but I have some very conclusive proof of your guilt. Another bluff, is it? There's no way you have anything of the kind. My magic is real, no true. Okay. Oh, did they? I mean, it's on me for forgetting. It's actually a very good analogy to the problem with Dual Destinies that I have in my memory banks. The more I am doing something consistently, or I'm going to remember facts and stuff that's happening. I don't remember that happening at all. At all. I don't remember even blood being, like, in the hole. When I played Dual Destinies, I was not playing it as consistently as, like, the other games. In terms of, like, oh, I'm playing it 3 times a week or something like that. So it was a lot easier to forget what was happening on a week-to-week basis, but not just on a week-to-week basis. Long term. And it's unfortunate because there were some good things about that game. But I can't tell you what they were. I can't even tell you half the bad things about that game, other than I just don't remember the game. And I don't think it's because the game's not memorable. I obviously had some very strong reactions to it. But when you're not playing something consistently enough, it's just much more difficult to retain that information. That's what I don't want to happen with this game, which is why I'm trying to do it twice a week, but yeah, we have a situation where laws are changing on me from a day-to-day basis, and it's making life pretty difficult. That might be true, Luca, if I were the one editing the VODs. The problem is that if I were the one editing the VODs, they would never come out. The only reason you see VODs being released is because of the good work of some of your fellow viewers who are willing to work on it, and I pay them to do it. Which we have in the works going on right now. That's what a lot of the money from memberships and stuff and donations, stuff like that's going to right now. Making sure that we get the vids, the VOD vids going and put up for you guys to enjoy. No, there are tricks and gimmicks to it, just like any other illusion. What? You think I just ask people to do things? No, I pay people for their work because I believe they deserve to be paid for their work. You do something for me, I will pay you to do it, because I believe that is a fair exchange. Although also, hopefully, maybe a mic with some of that money, because I want to get a good one. After the murder... Oh, God. Where did that come from? Ooh. You switched the left and right panels of the coffin, didn't you? And because you did, you left behind something very unnatural for us to find. This proves that Roger Retinz tampered with the crime scene after the murder took place. It's the, this, right?
Take that!
The fingerprinting results? What about the fingerprints is unnatural? Let's take a look at the prints the victim left inside the coffin, shall we? He did point that cough right down to my throat. If the victim was facing forward in the coffin, its print should have looked like this. However, what we found was they were facing the opposite direction. It's quite unnatural for the prints to be facing this way, wouldn't you agree? You know, what the fuck are you doing awake this early? Jesus Christ! Go back to sleep. I know you're an hour ahead of me, but still. Sunday. Back to sleep. Ah! It is strange, isn't it? But how did they get this way? They got this way because the culprit thought the magic show had gone according to script. The culprit thought Mr. Hat would be on the left side of the coffin. And that Miss Wright would also pop up to the left of the coffin as per the show's script. He then assumed she had thrust the sword into the hole on the left side of the coffin. That's why he put blood in the left hole when he was trying to cover up his crime. But sometime after leaving the bloodstain, the culprit must have realized his mistake. He found out that, due to Bonnie's mistake, Mr. Hat was to the right of the coffin. And that, despite the script, Miss Wright had thrust the sword into the hole on the right. In short, the hole with the blood in it was on the side opposite the one that Trucy used. To make the blood's location fit the facts, he had to tamper with the evidence yet again. So he tried to cover his tracks by switching the coffin's left and right panels. Oh. And that's how the fingerprints in the coffin ended up backwards. Because the culprit switched the two side panels around, and the prints ended up facing the opposite direction. But instead of going to all that trouble with the panels, why didn't the culprit just wipe the blood away and redo it on the other side? I'm afraid that wouldn't have worked, Your Honor, because of a little something called luminol testing. Ah, right, luminol. I almost forgot, even though it's been in like every murder case I've ever tried, probably. Luminol can detect trace amounts of blood, even if it's been wiped away, right? That's right. Wiping the blood away would have only served as proof of his meddling. How about it, Mr. Retinz? I did a pretty good job figuring out your trick, didn't I?
Objection.
Trucy Wright could have done the same just as easily. You have no proof that it was this witness who tampered with the evidence.
Objection.
Ah, but I do have proof. What? A person who was in the magic show would never have made the mistake of putting the blood on the wrong side. Least of all Miss Wright, who surely would have remembered she was on the other side. Oh my, you're absolutely right. Why, you impudence. I'm sure you've realized by now, Prosecutor Sadmati, your claim that Miss Wright is the culprit just doesn't hold up. You and the accused are most certainly... Okay, not let me finish my sentence, but alright. Really? Miss Wright and I? Because I think you're the one with the ticket there trying to convict an innocent girl. What? Because I think you're the one with the ticket there for trying to convict an innocent girl. What? That's pretty funny. Prosecutor Sanmani, are you alright? Dude's beads are powerful as fuck. As for the true culprit, he is someone who knew how the show was supposed to go but didn't actually see it. Someone who had the chance to tamper with the crime scene after the incident. The only person who fits the bill is you, Roger Retinz. Bribery! Oh, he said ticket to hell? Okay, that would make the line make a lot more sense then. Because I'm like, what ticket is he fucking talking about? All the secrets to your tricks have been revealed. And with no tricks left, I'm afraid your show has been canceled. With one L, permanently. All of my secrets have been revealed, you say? Don't make me laugh, boy. Mine is the true real magic. There are no secrets to reveal. Behold, ladies and gentlemen, the true power of the great Mr. Reus. Witness a magic far greater than true Gramarys. Burn! That is... crumble! That is, fall to my furious flames. The great Mr. Reus will bring an end to you all. And now, for the final heir to the Grammarly name, right here, right now, you too shall burn. Huh? Oh, this isn't right. Ah! I didn't do anything wrong. No, it's not my fault. I'm not the one to blame. I'm the victim here. Ah! What? Ah! Ah! Stop! No! Ah! Curse you, Grammarly! Curse those Grammarys. It's all because of them. Even now they wound me. Curse them all to the abyss. You really hate us that much? Does your hatred run that deep? Deep enough to kill an innocent man? You're damn right. I have no idea what you have no idea what humiliations I had to suffer. Your grandfather, Magnific Grammarly, kicked me out after I hurt practicing my magic. Got hurt. God, I can't talk. He said I was too unskilled, that I would mess up on stage. He threw me out of the troupe just because he was worried about his own reputation. I mean, he's probably worried that you would hurt yourself. I was but a child. It was always my dream to become a great magician, but that Magnifi took it all away from me. But that's no excuse. That's no reason to do something so evil. Magic is supposed to make people happy, not be used as a means for murder. That's what's the big deal? I just used what I had available to me, that's all. I get it now. That attitude towards magic is why my grandfather kicked you out. You don't deserve to call yourself a magician. Who's she talking to? He's not even there in this shot. Don't deserve? I don't know about that. After all, you were completely taken in by my magic, were you not? If not for that lawyer over there, you'd be on your way to prison as we speak. Right. I didn't see through your tricks. See? So in the end, true gramarye was defeated by the great Mr. Rias. Wow, that is some hard copium. Holy shit. You're not fit to lecture me on high, Trucy Wright. I'm on high. You don't even deserve to call yourself a magician, you naive greenhorn. Bro, she's 17. Even if you're right, like, she's 17. I got one over on you, didn't I? And I'm only, how old am I? 35. Twice your age, even. Jesus Christ. Take that, gramarye. You lose. Etc. 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 Anyone needs to learn to let it go and move on. It's this guy. This court and my prison can both burn in the flames of my creation. Bailiff, take Mr. Retinz away and bring a fire extinguisher just to be safe. Looks like we've reached the end. I feel as though I've been watching a grand magic show. Close, but we just barely made it through somehow. Does Trucy look so down? Did you not see the last 5 minutes? Is right? Yes, Your Honor. I'm about to announce my verdict. Did I see that wonderful smile of yours? That smile of a true entertainer, as I do? Yes, Your Honor. My heart hurts. Oh. Now then, this court finds the defendant, Trucy Wright, not guilty. Guilty. Eat my ass, Sadmari. Whatever the fucking name is. Court is adjourned. It's not adjourned, it's just, it's done. Thank you for everything, Polly. Oh, Trucy, grazie a Dio. Now you can open your show tomorrow, just as planned. Yep, and it's all thanks to you two. Oh, but now that Mr. Rias is gone, I'll need to find somebody to replace him. Oh, I bet I know who's gonna replace him. I don't like the way she's looking at me. Oh my god, sibling love. It's just so fucking cute! Trucy, I'm so sorry about everything. Hey, what are you apologizing for? Mr. Retinz used us. We're victims too. He even made us an accomplice to murder. Yeah, you guys will generally be tried for that, but apparently you won't be. Because Trucy seems like she believes you're still going to be on the show, at least. But Betty, we'd have to take some of the blame for this too, you know? Even if we didn't know he was planning to kill Mr. Mystery, we did cooperate with him. It's all my fault, isn't it? Neither one of you is to blame. That's not true at all. The only one in the wrong is the person who used magic to commit murder, Mr. Retinz. No, Betty was kind of an asshole. I think we can all admit that Betty was kind of an asshole. In fact, she's being an asshole here. Don't you think I know that? Say what you want, but don't think for a second that I don't still hate you. Fuck you. I guess she really does hate me. But Betty, why? You used to be a huge fan of Trucy's. Hey, shut up! I've always hated her. Really? But if we hadn't seen Trucy's magic show, we never would have tried to become professional magicians ourselves, right? Speak for yourself. But Betty, you still have her autograph from that. That's cute. That's kind of cute. Just shut up. She's acting that way this whole time because she secretly loves Trucy? Participated in a plot to humiliate Trucy just because she loves her so much? No, that's fucking stupid. That's dumb. Even for a tsundere, like, she literally wanted to humiliate her just because she loves her so much. That's like the next step up is, I love you so much that you need to die so that you never feel pain ever again. Whew. Oh, Trucy, I never knew that being the best could be so tough. Come on, Bonnie, we're leaving. We have to get ready for tomorrow's show. Yep, nope, no punishment for her, for any of that. Just, you're really excited about performing Trucy again, aren't you? That's not true. I'm just excited about not going to prison, so zip it, dummy. Holly, do you think I really am a naive greenhorn? I mean, you're 17, so probably. Yeah, I guess that's true. That's more of a yandere at that point, right? At that point, she should be going to jail. Straight to jail. Huh? No way. She's not. Trucy, don't tell me you're taking what Mr. Retinz said to heart. Oh, maybe a little. I didn't see through his tricks and I let myself be taken in by his magic. I can't trust myself anymore. Oh my god. That hurts. That hurts. This whole frame hurts so much. So much. Maybe he was right to call me a greenhorn. You shouldn't take stock in his words. He doesn't even know the first thing about you. Huh? You're a wonderful grammar magician. You should be proud of yourself. Thank you, Apollo. But what makes you say that? I know you're a wonderful grammar magician because of this thing that I apparently have. I mean, this is pretty sick. Is that it? Oh. Okay, I legitimately don't want to get this wrong. So is it the diary or is it the fucking fact that she did this shit and no one fucking noticed? Because this is pretty fucking sick. And the diary just says, oh, there's a creed. Brr. The badge. Fucking Christ.
Take that!
My grandfather's notebook? Grammary Creed. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. No, I would actually like to point out the actual thing she did as an entertainer that was crazy impressive. But no, it's when you performed your magic trick in court today, you showed the world your dedication to your troop's creed. Even through all the jeering, you kept a smile on your face and won the crowd over. You were everything Magnifi could have hoped for in an heir. You're a great magician, Trucy. A great magician? Me? You really are. That's why you don't have to worry about what Retinz says. Well, Polly, thank you. Still, I couldn't have done it without you. I would have lost my nerve if I'd been alone up there. But I was able to keep on smiling because of you. Me?
I remember what you said to me in the detention center.
Okay, a flashback that was actually like a long time ago. Oh my fucking god.
Your words were what kept me going.
Yeah, I think I would agree with this. Magnifi's been a pretty fucking good magician. Not a good person, mind you, but a good magician.
Apollo, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Now I can be everything I was meant to be.
Trucy. I love her so much! Trucy's real smile is the best. I'm so glad I could help make that happen. Apollo's character, like, literally gets bumped up more because he is Trucy's brother and doesn't even realize it, and they still have such a great sibling relationship. By association. That's how great of a character Trucy is. Emma?
I'm really sorry, Trucy, for everything. But why? Well, I wasn't able to convince Prosecutor Sadmani what a good person you are.
Well, I mean, it's 'cause he's a fucking idiot. It's not your fault. Oh my god! Look at that face! That is devastating. My heart. It is breaking in half slowly, but inevitably. Oh. Oh my God. All right. All right, I have to reorient myself after Jesus Christ. Whew. No, you're right, Ken. I mean, I know exactly what it is and I don't like it, but I can understand why somebody would say, something is happening. It's not great, and I'm not sure why, but it's awful.
And I had to testify against you, too. You have nothing to apologize for. You're just doing your job.
Yeah, a lot of bad shit happens because people were just doing their job. No fucking excuse. Bashing Emma here? I'm not. She knows what she did because she just admitted to it. But that's how wonderful of a person Trucy is. Because I would not accept it. From Emma, I would, but anyone else, no.
You're too kind. Oh, I don't know about, huh? Is something wrong, Emma? Oh!
Prosecutor Sadmati, here to kiss my fucking boots, you piece of shit.
Detective Sky. Yes? I require your forensic expertise in order to close this case. Come, let us go.
Wait, Prosecutor Sadmati!
The trial is over, Mr. Justice.
Oh, no. I think you owe somebody here who may or may not resemble a vegetable of some sort that is red an apology.
You and I are strangers once more, with no further need to interact.
Wow, what a gigantic piece of shit. Strangers? Have you really forgotten all about me?
What?
You really changed, Knight. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot that they even had a background. That's even worse. I mean, she does. But well, actually, yeah, we have seen prosecutors do that in the past, where they've actually apologized to the defendant. So, not Francisco's the first one that comes to mind as one that did not. But, like, I think Edgeworth has? I don't remember if Godot ever did. You've really changed, Nayuta. Telling me to let it go and stuff? What happened to you? A lawyer of impure soul. I have nothing to say to the likes of you. Are you serious, Nayuta? Now, if you will excuse me. I keep forgetting that Apollo has like this history with him, which makes everything even more ridiculous. There he goes, looking pitiful, just because I let him go. There he goes, talking about how... Hey, that's another song for another time. What was that all about, Apollo? How do you know Prosecutor Samadi? Let's just say... That doesn't tell us anything. Seemed like something more than that. It was implied earlier that Apollo knew who he was, at least. Not necessarily that they had a relationship, I guess, but Apollo had encountered him. Yeah, he didn't use the word acquaintances before, but it was definitely implied by Apollo that he knew who he was. Yeah, well? You don't like to talk about your past, do you? Because you always change the subject. I guess I'll have to talk about it someday, but for now. Come on, let's forget about the past and celebrate Trucy's future. Guys, what do you think the chances are that I could, like, when I have a kid, slip and successfully slip Trucy in there as a potential name if it's a girl? Root for me. Root for me. Sure, if you say so, fucking asshole. Hey, it's Mr. Wright. Put him on speakerphone, Apollo. What's up, Mr. Wright? What's up? Fucking boss. Apollo, how's Trucy? What happened at the trial? Did you get a not guilty verdict? Mr. Wright, slow down. Everything's fine. Hi, Daddy. I'm okay now. She was found not guilty in a very dramatic turnabout. Plus, we saved the office. You know, both things great. This is a great victory for Apollo. She doesn't fucking watch these streams. She couldn't care less about, like, this whole thing. Woo, that's a load off my mind. I can't thank you enough, Apollo. Now I know I can trust you to hold. Now I know I can trust you to hold down the fort anytime. Me, really? Yes, you. You're a real full-fledged lawyer now in my eyes. He was always a real full-fledged lawyer, Phoenix. You don't know what you're saying here, but that is what you're saying is stupid. A full-fledged lawyer? I still can't wrap my mind around it, despite the fact that I had always been a full-fledged lawyer this whole time, since you've been playing these games that I've been involved in. But okay. Thank goodness you were there to take care of everything, and thank you, Apollo. No need to go that far, boss. Especially not in front of everyone. Oh, and by the way, I won't be able to make it to tomorrow's show, so I was hoping you could go. You'll do that for me, won't you? Of course, I wouldn't miss it for the world. Oh, Trucy would be the first name. Trucy doesn't... I can't think of I would have to think about a first name that would make Trucy sound good as a middle name. The middle name is all based on what the first name is.
full-fledged.
He's acting like Phoenix is the arbiter of that. He is not. The state bar is the arbiter of that. Yeah, imagine like working under a boss where you're like not even sure if he acknowledges your credentials for 2 years. That means you have a piece of shit boss. That's not my 2 cents. That's an objective fact.
So Daddy asked you to come to tomorrow's show, huh? As my assistant, right?
No, he just asked me to go cheer you on.
Okay, then I'll be sure to save you the best seat in the house, Polly.
No, seriously, who's gonna take over Rhea's spot? Best seat in the house? I really appreciate the thought, but
Good, then it's settled.
in the coffin, bruh.
Objection!
I should have known. Look at Mr. Hat. It's like, oh dear. Didn't expect this turn to happen. This is what she meant!
Magical girl Trucy Wright will now perform her greatest illusion yet. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, ladies and gentlemen. This is real magic. I am literally about to burn this man alive.
Well, wait a minute, you're kidding, right? There is a trick or gimmick, right? I'm too young to die.
Now then, Mr. Hat, you know what to do with that sword.
No, wait, stop! No!
And that is how Trucy and Granbury Land ended on a rousing high note. A big round of applause and Polly's ear-splitting screams.
I don't think he was stone cold. He looked very regretful about his decisions. What kind of ending is that? Yay. 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 I'm going to sleep. Good night.